Welcome everybody to Rivals Back to the Rift Bash. We are so excited for this one-day tournament to
Half day.
begin. Half day, whatever. One night, evening
Yep.
extraordinaire. I'm joined, of course, by CB the Barbarian. My name is Righteous, and we will be casting a fun set of games for you. We, of course, did a Christmas Clash. We thought it was so fun. We were going to do it again in January, right before the patch goes into the new season. CB, how you doing tonight?
Doing well. One little last hurrah before League 2.0, whatever they call it. Yeah, we're excited to kick this thing off. If I meant to type this somewhere, but I don't know if everybody has their team roles. So if somebody's missing one on your team, just let me know. But yeah, excited to kick this off. Got some fun content coming out, and yeah, we got 4 games we're gonna stream.
Yep, four. It's gonna be exciting. We have two more teams than last time, so there's gonna be six total teams competing today. And since we're talking about it, why don't we just show y'all who will be heading to the Rift to battle it out today. So first we have Don't Tilt Top, winners of our Christmas Clash. Familiar faces coming back. The only player missing is Clove in support. Instead, it's going to be Sauce. For those of you keeping tabs of Rivals teams, will be familiar with his game. So,
And different mid. Death Knight didn't play
oh,
last
true,
time,
true, true,
so
true, true, true,
so
true,
they
true,
got
true. My bad.
60%.
60%. Yep.
60% of the champs coming back.
So looking at this team, CB, we know a couple of the people on the roster. Obviously, returning champions. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's tough. I want to navigate my words without giving any sneaky insight, but yeah, I mean, returning champs, at least most of the team. So definitely some synergy. Have some rivals people in there, so I'm gonna remain biased. Not saying I'm going for anybody, but no. Yeah, I think Sight and BKs are at least in the top 3 or 4 ranks in the tournament, so we shall see if that means anything.
Yeah, I mean, look at the roster. BK Sight and Death Knight definitely have a lot of reps together. My question mark for this team is going to be Dio and Sauce, the duo in the bot lane. Could get easy to be lost or forgotten when the top side of the map is so used to playing with each other. So we'll have to see if they're able to contribute just as much or maybe get lost the win. But that's Don't Tilt Top, winners of our Christmas Clash. So we'll call them favorites. I don't know. But next we have Sons of Aragal, I think is how you say it. I don't know. Some WoW nerd came up with the name.
Sheesh.
Looking at the team, aspect of Noxus in the top lane, jungle Salosin. Middle is Nicholas, bottom Husky, and support Tomb Eagle. What do you make of the roster, CB?
Yeah, this one to me is one of the biggest question marks. I don't know if they're going to be one of the best or one of the bottom teams. Of course, some rivals people on this roster as well. Salo coming in with, I believe, the only Emerald 3 based on our point system
Highest
player.
rank.
So the highest
Mm-hmm.
rank. He is off roll, so we'll see how much that comes into play. Yeah, this one's going to be, this one's an interesting one.
Getting requests to turn the voice chat up. CB, I've been telling you this for 5 years now. I'm just
Who?
kidding.
Me? Or you?
Yeah, yeah, you. I think.
Uh,
Anyways,
I'm maxed out.
yeah, you gotta turn me up. That's what I thought.
You're almost maxed out
Thank you,
too.
Moby.
You turn up your volume. You're
Okay.
just about maxed out.
Anyways,
Righteous does do ASMR on the side. You can see him. Look him up on TikTok.
I don't do ASMR. Give me a second. I might be getting really loud here, but I'm curious to see how Husky and Tumigal do. I'm talking about bot lanes back to back, but could be a weak point for this roster. We'll have to see. Um, But yeah, take a screenshot if you're gonna play against Sayla, because this is the one time you'll see champs that he plays, because he's off roll. So there you go.
You can't have the
You talk
husky
about this
without the
one.
sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So a new team, at least as far as the team name goes. Coolest logo in the league, I'd say. I recognize a couple players. I recognize at least Misery from what league did we just play in? Metashift. And then
Mm-hmm.
I've played some games and have seen him here and there. The Lord JK. So that's most of all I know. I think Alistar PhD is one of the higher rank supports. Support player myself. Support lives matter. So I know that's gonna come into play. Um, but yeah. So I if I had to give like a pre-tournament ranking, I definitely have this team in the top two. Granted, most of all I can go off of is ranks. So
Okay, am I
mm,
really loud now?
I don't know. You still
No.
sound fine to me. You still ugly though.
I still sound the same. What about now?
Dude, take it out of your mouth. What the hell?
My little
I don't know. You sound fine to me. So
is fine. Okay.
we're chilling. We're chilling.
Anyways, looking at Fools 5, Foolish, gonna be hard to scout. I believe Foolish is off roll. Um, so a lot of mid lane champs up there that could be taking top. We'll have to see if they utilize some flex or lane swaps. We'll see. And then Mandalorian, the Warwick player of the bunch. Kind of a different set of champions to look out for in the jungle. We'll be moving on to the next team, Rat Tactics, Fishnets. Don't know why they're Fishnets. A team that just competed or is still competing in Merc League. Uh,
Yeah, they might
Moby
have to let
White,
us
can you
know.
confirm? Yeah, can you confirm if you're if Rat Tactics is in the finals or not? I'm not sure. I know they made semis. But anyways, Moby complaining about the champ pool there. I went off OP, so play better champs more often. I don't know what to tell you. But looking at the roster, Coinflip and Pizanski, the kind of dynamic duo in the top lane, the kind of powerhouse that we saw in Merc League, for those of you that have been keeping up with that league. Zelback and Mistborn, obviously, two really good carry potential players as well. Moby White slotting in instead of their previous support. But a solid team, albeit one that isn't close to the rank or the what point cap, but one that has played very 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 often together.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that'll come into play because I think at least two or three of the teams might not be the highest points as a team overall, but they do have the team chemistry and experience playing together. So I think that will matter some, makes up for some of the points. And realistically, overall, the across all the teams, they're all roughly in the same elo, so it's not like there's some massive gap. It's just how we did the points. Uh, we didn't want to have teams with a bunch of emerald players or something, so
Hmm.
that's why it's all kind of top heavy. It still is. Most teams are around upper gold elo, regardless. So yeah, I think it'd be interesting to see how team chemistry comes into play compared to some of the other teams. Do we see a Ash flex? No.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to see. Moving on to our fifth team, a returning team as well, Optimal Esports Vanguard. Went 3 games with the eventual champs. Ultimately fell in the final game of the series. Of course, now we're moving to best of ones, but regardless, pretty strong showing from them last clash. Believe it's a different top laner this time around and ADC. But nevertheless, gonna be interesting to how they play this game. this set of games, I should say. Time to Clown came in, wasn't able to pick up a win in their previous series, but strong jungler. I don't know. Looking at the roster, anything standing out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I think this one's Optimal's kind of in a similar boat as Rat Tactics. Uh, they're the two lower point teams, but I know they have some team chemistry. Some interesting champ pools. I know we only know so much. You might have some sneaky soy sauce coming out. I think what's most important about this team is, can we get what's their support name real quick?
Uh, Helium Bamboo.
There we
I've been
go.
practicing.
Okay, yeah,
I've been
true.
practicing. It was giving me trouble last time around.
No,
Yeah, and honestly, Anozu is going to be fun to watch just because from the champ pool that they are showing, uh, those are champs that if you're not used to playing often, could be sneaky good. I was talking about the Garen and the York specifically, as well as the Nasus. So, but I mean, they had a really good showing. I did call it Time to Clown. I apologize. That wasn't what I was trying to do, but this is an interesting talking point. I think Time to Clown is going to come in with a little bit of a fire to pick up that series win. So
yeah, and I have a terrible memory, but I want to say last tournament that we had, they didn't win series, but they were winning game one,
yeah,
and so
they
now
won.
it's best of one. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to see if that's good this time around. I mean, they went the full 3 games with the eventual champs, so um,
True.
it was a pretty strong showing regardless of the outcome. And then last but not least, Jolly Rogers Ghost Crew with the most interesting logo of the 6 teams present. Nasco, CCat, Prison Mike, Ziggy, and Flaccid for you. Nasco's probably the most quote unquote pro comp or pro champions you see coming out of top lane. I think the only Renekton player of the top laners, and then jungle with a variety of champions as well. They some people in the comp scene might not be used to being seen. Some old names, some names that have been around the comp scene for a while. Prison Mike, Flaccid. So overall, pretty strong roster. I think they are tied for the highest points with
I think
Sons of
so.
Rugal, or up there.
Uh,
So
is it them or Fools? 5. I don't know. Either way, I
either way,
think if I had to, and you have to, I would probably put this team a pre-tourney ranked number one. I think just because all around, like overall, they seem the most solid. This is based on not having seen them play. Um, but yeah, and I also think this is the team that's in the finals for the Merc Gold. So,
true.
um, yeah, just a pre-tourney. I've seen some of them play, so just a team to watch out for.
Team to watch out for, indeed. So those are the 6 teams. I know everyone's excited to see who they are playing. You still got 15 minutes until the official start time,
I need some
but I
scouting time.
guess we can do this
I need some scouting.
early.
A little bit of scouting time. A little bit.
Do some scouting, yeah. So you got the wheel ready, CB, the
Oh,
Wheel of Wonder.
I sure hope so. Let's see what we got. Okay, okay.
See what we got. There it is. Looking nice and clean. Look at that. Back to the Rift, Wheel of Wonder, 6 teams. So I believe CB is going to update it as it goes in the document. But basically, if you're looking at the document, it's just going to go as they are drawn.
Yeah, yeah. So,
Um,
so the first team that gets selected, they're going to be red side of game one. Second team's going to be red side of game two. Third team, red side of game three. So, the first 3 teams don't play each other. The first 3 teams are the red side teams for round one. After we go through all of the teams, I'll pull up who's playing who, and then I will spin it again to see who's going to get streamed. Fools 5, their organization is going to stream their games, so if them or their opponents get selected from the wheel here, I guess you
you're
technically
gonna
still
want to,
are going to get streamed, just not by us. So
yeah, you're gonna want to save their VOD or watch it. I don't know. It's kind of weird to watch while you're playing. It's hard because of the delay, but
You got 2 eyes.
that's your prerogative. Yeah, one eye on the screen, one eye on both screens.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, let's go. Let's
Oh,
go. Let's
oh,
get
oh, oh,
this.
oh, oh.
Let's get this thing going. What's the first team, CB?
So red side of game 1 is going to
Call it game
be
one, first match.
what? Returning champs.
Don't tilt top. This was weighted. Rigged. Anyways,
Yeah,
don't
that's
tilt top.
right.
Gonna
Put
be
them
red
on blue
side game
side.
one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Um,
see how fast I can do it. I'm just blinding everybody because. Anyway.
because you're so white.
Red
Uh,
side of whatever you want to call it.
Rat tactics. Okay. Interesting. So that's gonna be just confirming. That is don't tilt top's opponent, correct?
No,
No. Okay.
you messing with me?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. My
You
bad. My
messing with
bad.
me right now? No.
It's gonna be
Both of those team are red.
red side of the second match. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm following. I'm following. I'm following. I'm following.
Red. So this will be another red side team. The third red side team will be
Drum roll, please. That one had a little bit of a spin to it. Sons of Arugal. Arugal.
okay. So those 3 teams that just got picked, they will be the red side. I'm trying to who went second, right? I'm trying to do the bracket, but that's okay. They don't care about that as much as they actually want to know who they're playing. So, all right.
Yeah,
So
you float out after.
don't tilt top's opponent is
On
going
blue
to
side.
who is going to be blue side will be boom, 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 boom.
Delete. Oh, it was almost a run back.
Almost.
But it's going to be Jolly Rogers by the slimmest of margins. So don't tilt top on red, Jolly Rogers on blue. That's going to be your first match, or one of the matches.
One of the matches, and the opponent for Rat Tactics, I think,
Correct.
is going to be interesting. So we have Rat Tactics versus Optimal Esports. Technically, both of the lowest pointed teams. So interesting. It'll be an interesting matchup.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting.
And I don't know
matchup.
who's going to be 6th, but let's see. This is going to be the opponent
honestly,
of
a mystery.
Sons of Aragol's opponent, who will be streamed by Fools 5's org. Fools 5.
Sons of Arugal. Fools 5. Also known as the... I don't know. Couldn't think of something off the top of the head.
All right, so
Check out on
this
that one.
this role is going to be who's going to get streamed. Doesn't matter if Fools 5 or SOA get picked; they're already going to get streamed. So, best of luck here. Who will get streamed?
Could have took him off the wheel.
Yeah, it's too much work.
Rat Tactics.
Rat Tactics versus Optimal Esports.
Okay.
Who we will be streaming.
Optimal Esports getting the first streamed game yet again. Wonder if they can. It's just best of one, so they gotta. So, did you talk a little bit about the format?
Nope. Go ahead.
Okay. So 6 teams is a weird format. We understand. We could have done it, but it would have taken a lot more games and made it, all fancy and whatever. We wanted to keep it to 4. So, here's how this is gonna work. The first games, it's gonna be quote unquote double elimination. First set of the games doesn't matter except for the winner, the team that can win the fastest. The team that wins the fastest will decide our grudge match. By grudge match, I mean they will decide between the 2 other teams that have lost which one they want to face in round 2 in an elimination match. So you're basically calling your shot. You're saying, we're so much better than this team. We know we can beat them and move on. The other team, it's got to fight for their lives. It's going to be an elimination match. The other match is going to be between the two winners, the two 1-0 teams. That match will determine who you face in round 3. It is not an elimination match. You are rewarded for winning your games. And then the last match is going to be the two teams that lost. So the team that lost the fastest and the non-chosen loser on the round 2 bracket. So,
Yeah. So
but
sorry
go ahead.
to put that into English. No. Uh, Pretty much it is double elimination, except for the team that wins the first round the fastest. That
Mhm.
team can technically win and then lose round 2, be 1-1, and they are eliminated. It's like, oh, that sucks. I don't want to be that team then. The benefit of doing that is you get to pick your opponent for round 2.
Yep.
Um,
It's gonna be the grudge match. It's the only way we can make it so that the tournament moves rather quickly in this best of 1 format.
Yeah.
My word of advice to all of you participating in the format is just play to win. Uh, because if you're winning, it doesn't matter where you get put in the bracket.
True.
So, with all that being said, the sheet is updated. Round 1, the
Yeah. I'm
streamed
showing it. I don't know
match.
if you're looking or not, but
Yep,
um,
yep, yep. The stream match is going to be the
oh yeah, I can put that
top,
on there.
the optimal. It's going to be the middle, the second. Yeah, there you go. Live reacts.
Technically, I guess.
Fools 5 is going to be streamed as well. Sons of Arugul, if you want to tune into their stream. The Twitch link was added to the Clash section in the Rivals Discord. And then Jolly Rogers Ghost Crew, and Don't Tilt Top. You have to wait till round 2 to see if you're being streamed.
Yep. Whoever will definitely one of them will be streamed next round.
Yep.
Goal is to stream as many unique games as we can. So I don't know.
There's all your teams, a little bit of a rundown of each team, your matchups. You are free to get some scouting in. And in 5 minutes, we'll jump into our round 1 matchup: Rat Tactics Fishnets versus Optimal Esports Vanguard. We will
Yes.
see you after a quick break. Welcome back, everybody. As we get into our first game of the Back to the Rift bash. Just getting to the lobby right now for me. The lobby is full. But our streamed match on this channel is going to be Rat Tactics Fishnets versus Optimal Esports Vanguard. As we're getting the lobby ready, looking at these two teams. So the point cap of this tournament is 55 points. Both of these teams coming in below 40, 37 on Rat Tactics and 33 on Optimal Esports Vanguard. Points don't mean everything, but it is just curious to note that they're the only teams that are below that 40-point mark. Optimal Esports Vanguard, this is their second appearance at a Rivals Clash. Unable to get the first series win in the Christmas Clash, but was able to pick up the first game of that best of three. And then Rat Tactics Fishnets hasn't participated in one of these clashes before, but has plenty of comp experience in semifinals currently for Merc League. So plenty of experience between these two teams. Looking up top to the bot of the rosters, my eyes kind of focus in on that mid lane matchup between Zelmak and Akira Manai. Both of these players at 10 points. And kind of similar champion pools. So it'll be interesting to see how these two teams set their mid laners up for success. If it's going to be similar play styles, if it's going to be different, if they're going to spend more or less time depending on what these comps are going to be. But CB, what about you? What's standing out to you between these two matchups, or between these two teams in this matchup?
It's not. Can I copy your answer? No.
Yeah.
I've seen Zelmak and Byzantium play, so I think kind of that the jungle mid for Rat. Not to say
Mm-hmm.
anybody can't pop off, but looking at them, and then I haven't seen Traxon play. I've seen Bamboo play, and I liked how Helium played last time we saw. So yeah, it's kind of which lane gets the prio. I don't know if I had to pick one to win. You always have to go with red side, I guess, if you don't have an answer right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, depends. So blue side, I don't think there's any like super inherently OP picks for uh the patch right now, where it's like, okay, if it's left up, you're B1ing it. On the opposite side though, I don't think there's any like super strong responses. Like I think the game's in a pretty balanced state other than everyone can agree that ADCs feel like poop to play right now. So if you have any mage players on your team, could be good for that bottom lane. But both of these teams are ready for drafts, so let's get right into it.
Hopefully,
Although
jinxed
they're
it.
saying they're not ready. Kind of ready up on the
Should have
client.
looked if they have prio champs, but we'll see. Best of one's always different, so there's obviously no fearless situation going on, and no we get to see what they play game one going into game two. So
As we
I
are
don't know.
live in draft. Ash gonna be banned away on blue side by Optimal Esports Vanguard. That's kind of interesting because Ash, I feel like, is the lone traditional ADC that feels decent to play. Betting on a blue side is kind of a development, I would say, heading into the rest of this tournament, where Rat Tactics are gonna ban away the old splash art of Victor. Victor kind of getting that arcane buff, really strong with his new ultimate.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of mid champs get banned first phase, but that's okay. The Ash ban, yeah, you usually see most every blue side at
Mm-hmm.
least interested to play it. Um, Not everybody likes to first pick Ash, so maybe that's the situation here. Was it
True.
was it Rat Tactics team that technically could flex?
Yeah, it was Rat Tactics between Moby and Mistborn, so maybe it was just that flex ban away. They don't have as high prio as Rat Tactics does, so. Looking at these other bans, the Gwen, a staple of Pizanski's pool, his most played champion. While Lux is going to be banned away from Optimal Esports Vanguard. I believe Helium's most played. So lots of target bans coming out right now. And Optimal Esports Vanguard gonna round out their ban phase with the Mordekaiser ban. Interesting.
I feel like we see a lot of Mordekaiser bans. Not usually from blue side. Well, maybe from blue side. I guess if you don't want to first pick it, then you would
You don't
ban it
want
from blue
to,
side. Because I could
yeah, and if
R3
you,
it.
yeah, you don't want to give him the R3 for sure. And York's gonna be the final ban for RTFN. Kind of interesting for York players. Am I wrong in thinking that if you get Mord ulted, the Maiden stays outside of the ult?
In
I
my
think.
0 games on York,
Yeah.
my guess is yes.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. Well, there you go. Maybe that's a response ban from Rat Tactics, knowing that little bit of game knowledge. Mumu is going to be the first pick for Optimal Esports Vanguard. Of course, could be flexed, most likely jungle. Rat Tactics hovering the Wukong and the Yumi. Ooh, movie on Yumi would be
First
interesting
pick
to
Yumi be
see.
crazy.
First pick Yumi would be crazy. It could be Wukong locked in
Do it.
instead. As we wait, the R2 pick from Rat Tactics. Of course, we've said it before. Rat Tactics in the semifinals of the respective league they're playing in, Merc League. So plenty of success has followed this team. Of course, Mashy Sauce subbed out for Moby here. Maybe they just weren't able to play. Maybe Moby just said, hey, let's do this thing. Either way,
Either way, they're
it'll be
here.
interesting to see, yeah, how he slots into the rest of the team. Varus going to be picked up for Rat Tactics Fishnets.
Yeah, so far we have what's probably both junglers and then AD carry. I guess you can say Varus has some self peel. Interesting. So it's Amumu, Sivir, we go AD carry. Do we know? I mean,
Okay.
that could go support, right? I guess.
Yeah, it could
I
go
guess I
support
probably should be
Mumu.
looking at the OPs to sound a little bit more knowledgeable about who plays what. But nonetheless, everybody can play Amumu, right?
Dude, all you do is hit Q. It all easy peasy.
It's a Q
Looked
part.
for Optimal to probably preserve the flex. Never mind. It could
It could
be
still be flex. Could still be
it
flex.
could be flag. It could be Seraphim mid. You're right, but I think the stronger lane is gonna be the Seraphine and Misfortune. Um,
Wow, some side note information. It seems that we actually have a team that's going to FF. Not in this match, so we're good.
we'll see. Well, let's hopefully they can find an E sub because that is an option. Of course, you lose your bans if you find the E sub, but
Yeah, there were a
uh,
couple subs that posted in the chat, but is what
the
it
rules for
is.
the ESUB, of course, you have to be under the point limit with the ESUB present. And then, of course, losing your 5 bans as well. But focusing on our game, the response was the Anivia. So Anivia on the R3, I'm expecting some counters to that Anivia pick to be banned away. The Ari to be banned away. And I believe Ari is one of those champs that Anivia just really can't lock down even when 6 happens, just because of the CC.
Aurelia ban. That's fair. You have some mobile champs. Braum ban. Of course, I would have thought if they really wanted the Braum into the Misfortune Sarah, they would have took it on R3. I'm gonna have my work cut out for me, saying all the the follow shoutouts here in a bit.
Garen going to be the last ban for Rat Tactics. Running at those bans there. So it looks like a lot of top lane bans actually instead. Aurelia, of course, could be flexed, but They don't want to see the Garen blind. Maybe not quite as prepared for an answer into it. And Poppy gonna round out the ban phase for Optimal Esports Vanguard. Looking at our tactics here, probably gonna be a support pick, I'd imagine. Unless it's something crazy like a Nivea
Nivea
support.
support, of course.
And gonna
Okay,
be
okay.
the Renata instead. Pretty good answer into what the Seraphine Misfortune and Mumu is trying to do. You just got to make sure you pop the ultimate before getting CC'd. Of course, it makes it hard for Misfortune to navigate the team fight. Really good wombos with the Anivia and the Wukong as well. So a nice front to back. Everybody hit R. Team comp developing from Rat Tactics. Yone going to be locked in for the 4th pick of Optimal Esports Vanguard's draft.
I like that pick. They have a
Yone.
big wombo combo going on. Just play around the Renata ult, and I mean,
Mhm.
honestly, I don't know. Do you think? I guess what sum would you take on Misfortune here? Looking at least 4 champs for Rat
Um,
Tactics. Have some options.
probably just healer barrier. Because if you get CC'd once, I don't think Cleanse to do anything just because of the layer that's going to happen between the Wukong, the Anivia, the Renata, the Varus, all these different things. So
Not if you're quick with it.
probably barrier or heal would be my guess. So it's going to be Yone mid and an Ornn top. Going to be rounding out Optimal Esports team comp. So they got a nice front to back of their own and some scaling on the side between
It's not
Yone
locked in
Ornn
yet.
and
Yeah, there you go.
Seraphine. And then Rat Tactics sees the Ornn, says, "Give me Jax." Jax, of course. A pick that could struggle early into that matchup, but once you get like 1.5 items, some levels in your pocket, starts running over Ornn in the side lane. So we'll have to see how Coin Flip can pilot the Jax in that matchup. The teams are set. OE, of course, on blue. And Iraq Tactics on red. Gonna get the predictions going for you
True.
guys.
Yeah, this one'll be interesting. Optimal Esports Vanguard. I like their wombo. Little wombo combo action they got going on. Rat Tactics seems a little harder to execute, but potentially more punishing, depending on how they play it. So I know nothing about the top lane matchup, but I would assume Jax is decent into Ornn. Bot lane, I like both of them a lot. It's tough to beat a Sarah Misfortune early push, but I'm a big Renata fan, so I'm biased. I always go for Renata.
Just ready to jump into these games. Looking at these comps, I mean, you talked about what you like about from both teams, but you got to pick a winner, CB. Who you got?
Mm, 'Cause I don't really know. They're both kind of the same rank, strictly based on champs. I have to go optimal. I have to go optimal because Seraphine, Misfortune, and Mumu, and it feels bad voting against that. It feels bad voting against my
Mhm.
Renata. But the 3 wombo combo, I don't know. I just can't not pick it. So yeah, I'll go optimal based on almost nothing.
I'll go Rack Tactics side then, just for the sake of argument. I think they can equally hit the R buttons just as well. I think they have a little bit more range to navigate the fights with between the Varus, the Anivia, into the triple melees of Ornn, Yone, and Amumu. Now, of course, if they get caught, it's going to be a pretty quick death for them, but if they're at the objectives first, it's going to be hard for that team to approach between the Anivia, the Renata, and of course, potential Wukong and Jax flanks. So either way, gonna be a fun matchup to see how these team fights develop, how the macro games played. Of course, kind of have that wild card with that Jax split push, but we will have to see. So far, um, looks like everyone's voting Rack Tactics. So if you're an Optimal Esports Vanguard believer, get your shurikens in, win you some cash. By cash, I mean virtual points that really mean nothing. Either way, um, we are just waiting for.
It's blind pick
these teams to lock.
So, I know we're good. We're good. It's like there's definitely a 3 minute delay either way.
Yep, there's a definitely 3 minute delay. And speaking of that delay, do you just want to throw to a break right now?
Yeah, that'll work out time wise. I think we have a 5 minute load in, so
Mm-hmm.
we will be back as they load into the game.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Is this like 2012? What is this?
30 seconds until
We're throwing it back to early Rift. Man, is this exciting. This is our boy Zillion with the hookup.
Yes, sir.
We figured, now is a good time as ever before season 15 starts to show you where it all began on this ye old forgotten Rift. Rat Tactics on red side, Optimal Esports Vanguard on blue. Best of one matchup. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, no spicy invades with a Mumu. So Seraphine did not go airy.
Did not go area.
And Nivea grasp, is that a thing? That's a thing. I don't know. I don't blame it.
So it's nice for the harass into the melee matchup. It gets you really beefy, especially if you go the Roa build. And going against a team that like has a lot of snap damage with the the Seraphine, the Mumu, everything that you were talking about. Some extra health isn't a horrible thing. But I don't expect much action early on. Pizanski playing a champion that you really don't come online until you get closer to that 6 mark, or at least your first item. Gonna be lots of farming. Expect any early action to be for Optimal Esports on the blue side. We see a nice little trade from Zelmak in mid. And here's what I was talking about. This Ornn matchup for Jax. If you're the Jax player, you have to be patient because you could get bullied really easily if you're not trading around your grass procs. So it's pretty easy to throw the lane early when really you scale better into the Ornn, as we see a nice knockup from Inozu. Dodging out on this stun from Coinflip. Coinflip going to be taken low. Might have to flash away. Instead, backs off a little bit of health. The Doran shield ticking. But in a precarious situation.
He's gonna stay, I guess, because he has a Wukong top. He's big chillin'. Does have the flash. The mage assassin Ornn. Ooh, almost timed out correctly.
Almost. Now, Inozu, hungry for a kill, has to be careful. Pizanski waiting in the wings. There was no ward from Inozu. The engage from Coinflip finds the mark. Gonna be knocked up. Gonna be taken down. First blood goes Inozu flashing out. Don't think he was gonna be able to get out of that one, but first blood for Inozu. You'll take it in the 2v1 situation.
Yeah.
As we see
Always take
Mistborn
those.
immediately burning the cleanse. The Q does land from time to clown. That's all sums except for Moby White's flash. Burned into the bottom lane, and Pizanski's not done. He's in mid. The Q goes wide from Zelmak, but Pizanski is here. Great use of the Q free from Akira to save the flash, getting over the wall. And I was wrong. I didn't expect much action early, but both these teams are trading blows.
Yeah, you jinxed it, but I have no complaints about it. That's what we like to see. Some action. We'll see if. Nope.
Zelmak looking for the Q3, but
Nothing too crazy.
doesn't look like anything will
Akira
happen.
did not have to use the flash to get away from Pizanski on the Wukong, so still chilling in the mid lane. All sums up.
Both these mid laners pretty low. Of course, Zelmak does have the Nivea passive available. The infamous egg form. Coin flip. Trading aggressively into Inozu. Inozu has to be careful. Already taken below half health, but gonna find damage in return. Nice knock up. The W won't get procced. Both these top laners not afraid to engage in fisticuffs, if you will. Old map, old language. Get it?
Okay,
Anyways.
yeah, I got you.
Oh, the knockup does find coin flip. Coin flip with a nice E though. W won't be procced. Nozu taken low. Low on mana as well, so gotta back off. Does have the TP available. And that looks like that's what the Ornn is going to do. Zelmak has level 6. Akira looking just for some chip damage. Zelmak forced to back off. Actually, staying around. Opt to use that TP to break the bad wave state instead. We're hitting a little bit of an early game lull. Dragon started up by Optimal Esports, but Moby and Mistborn are going to be the first to move. Shaxon needs to get over to help his team. Coin flip, trading aggressive. Looks like a trade of neutrals is trying to get developed, but Pysanski instead focusing on the Scuttle. Scuttle plus Grub should result in Wukong 6. Zelmak finds the Q on Helium and avoids the gank, but this will force Rat Tactics out of this top side, and so very rare do we see the team that gets the first Drake also able to pick up all 3 Grubs, but that looks like is what is going to happen. Jackson rooted up by a nice Q from Moby. Lots of damage coming out into the Misfortune. Mistborn taking some in return. Helium Bamboo low on mana, so the bot lane of Optimal has to be careful here.
True.
Zelmak, no mana left, but
And no TP,
It's-
so
yeah, gets the shove. I think Yone is trying his best to stop the wave from crashing, but it's going to be really hard. It's a full wave that he's going to have to tank. As we see, Coin Flip might be caught out here. Flashing early is going to spell doom. Oh, the slow connects, but is it enough? Anozu has the grasp, and there it is. Yeah, just a little bit too early on the flash from Coin Flip made it an easy read from Anozu to hit with the R. And this is what I was talking about. This is a lane that, if you're not careful, Ornn can run away with for a little bit in the early game.
now is when he starts to build full damage, right?
Yeah, true. Full AP. Ira struggling into this Anivia matchup. Anivia really frustrating to lane against. You really gotta try to punish her before she gets that level 6. Otherwise, she just plays to her range. And unless you're playing like a first assassin or something, it's so hard to punish. But Akira doing a nice job. Staying even in farm. Honestly, looking at the gold, really close despite the 2-kill lead from Optimal Esports. 2-kill and 3 grubs and dragon, so it's amazing that Rat Tactics is still within 100 gold, to be honest.
Yeah, Time to Clown is doing what he needs to be doing. Even as a Mumu, which some people think he should just be ganking left and right, but getting the objectives also. So we'll see. Haven't had a level
Ooh.
16 fight yet. But we're
Well, he
about to.
does have the 6 available. Oh, the Mistborn ult from Varus. Just enough to secure the kill on a Seraphine. And 1 kill goes to Pysanski, 1 kill goes to Mistborn. He'll use just for fun, I guess. But that's a nice response from Rap Tactics to pick up 2 kills in the bot lane. And Pysanski, a jungler you don't want to feed early.
Yeah, that 2-0 Wukong, 10 minutes is a little scary, even without the objectives. 1 kill onto Wukong and 1 on Varus, about as good as you can get.
CoinFlip doing his best to trade into this Ornn, but I think it's Ornn favored still. The auto, the Q, the W. CoinFlip just enough to survive. Oh! Great play by Nozu, finding the last breath of his W, and then Zelmak taken down as well. So the solo lane struggling for Rat Tactics here. The bottom lane and the jungler, of course, putting in some work. Still a very even game, actually. A little bit of a gold lead for Rat Tactics, despite the objective difference here. But 3-1-0 on Ornn is something that's always scary.
Yeah, definitely a lot of teams think it's just a tank. Who cares? Put all the kills you want onto him. But then you can't kill him, and he's killing you late game. The mage tank
true.
assassin. So yeah, we'll see how that sways how Inozu plays the late game or not. Jax probably wanted to stay in the side lane. Ornn wanted to team fight.
You see Wukong immediately on the Void Grub, so gonna pick up the last 3, so no Voidlings this game. But it looks like the Dragon focus is, well, Optimal Esports is deciding on. It's Time to Clown is here with Zelmak. Time to Clown using the Q to position, but Zelmak wisely retreating towards the Wukong. It looks like it's just gonna be a neutral trade. But early Dragon stacking on the team that has Ornn is a wonderful win con if you're able to do it. And so far, 2 drags to none for Optimal.
2 drags.
I'm assuming they're gonna get this one, but
Whoa. Watch this.
all right, Smite secures the second drake, and a huge ultimate from Tentacloud, finding all 3 members of Rat Tactics. A wonderful follow-up from the Misfortune ult as well. Pizanski doing their best, but not enough. Zelmak dying for fun. The Q is going to land from Mistborn, and that's a 3-for-1 for Optimal Esports. Make that 4. Interesting plays from Rat Tactics there. You got the 3 grubs, got a little greedy trying to force that fight. And you said it in the pregame, CB. If you're the blue side team, you just hit R and it's easy wins. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that's especially when you have some kills going into the first or second fight of the objectives. Nice smite, nice timed by Time to Clown. And then just, yeah, press R team comp fight. It's definitely an uphill battle now for Rat Tactics.
Yeah, a little over 1,000 gold lead for Optimal Esports, but it's about to be more. A Nozu on the hunt, forcing the flash out of CoinFlip. Has to be careful. Wukong waiting in the wings, but this Ornn already armored up. And if Pizanski's guys careful, they might go down instead. Ornn gonna back away from the TP of CoinFlip. 4-1-1 on this champion. And a ton of gold to spend as well. Rift Herald spawning. Time to Clown spotted out. Pizanski looking towards the mid lane. But if you're at Tactics, you really got to slow this game down, which helps you in the short interim, but in the long run, do you really want to slow down that much against a team that has an Ornn Yone?
You have an Anivia ult. I guess that's what you have skilling.
True. Speaking of Nidalee ult, Sakura taking about 2/3 HP. Moby hovering around this contentious lane. A lot of resources being expended around there. Ultimate does come forward from Akira. Zelmak with the greedy back, but it really wasn't that greedy, was it? The egg is popped. Pizanski is here. The ult, the smites, and that's a shutdown for Pizanski on the Wukong. 3-1-2. So Pizanski and Mistborn quickly becoming the win conditions for Rat Tactics. Time to Clown has to be careful. Stunned up. Great wall from Zelmak, forcing the flash from Time to Clown.
Yeah, you're not that tanky yet to be doing that. Yeah, still, I mean, you're down 3 kills, but you have your kills on your 2 carries.
True.
So you're not super worried yet. You're only down a K gold. You are down some objectives, but still a lot of time.
Yep. Yeah, and of course, as more items come through, coin flip should start to have an easier time in this lane, but I don't think it's that easy yet. Coin flip could be knocked up by the Orin Horn. The W will follow the E. That's another kill for Nozu on our rampage. 5-1 on in this Orn. The Ram God living up to the God title.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, how who's matching him?
Oh. Quick
Uh-oh.
pause.
I hope so.
We'll see. R's are coming out.
Just quick breather.
Quick little reset. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's stacking armor, so eventually you might want the Anivia to match the Ornn. But with towers not being down yet, I mean, this is if you're the Ornn, you're telling your team, look, I want to keep in Jax's lane as long as possible. If you want to throw it back to us, just kidding. Maybe they're studying the map, CB. They're getting unfair advantage.
Didn't you tell them they all have to mute their mics during a pause? The hell?
Yeah. Just kidding. You don't have to do that.
Unless you're nice.
But what do you think of chat? What's going on? Optimal Esports coming out swinging, saying Christmas Clash left a bad taste in our mouth. We're here to win. And Ornn forcing out Pizanski from the Rift Herald. Rift Herald got a reset. And a quick little delay from the pause. How do we like the map, chat? I think it's looking kind of clean. Honestly, I'd like the option to be able to like toggle this, you know,
Oh yeah.
if I'm feeling nostalgic. Just be like,
Yeah.
hey, Riot,
I'll let them know.
let me play on the old map, dude. Fortunately, we had Zillion on speed dial, so he threw back time a little bit. I'm feeling younger. It's time to clown. Looking for a dive. Great ult for Mistborn, and Helium Seraphino goes wide. So, in the end, it's just going to be a shoved lane. Once again, the dragon stacking is the name of the game for Optimal Esports. And I can't blame them. It's a great win con. Does result in Rift Herald be taken virtually for free by Rat Tactics, and if you're a team that's behind, great comeback mechanic. Forgot to mention that Rat Tactics also got the first tower in the mid lane as well. So doing okay. It's just the team fight diff so far. Pizanski and Moby got to be careful here though. As a great ultimate comes through from Moby. But I don't think it's enough. Pizanski going to be taken down. The ultimate goes wide from Akira, but it's just enough to force the flash out of Zelmak. And I don't think Zelmak will be safe. Q3 does find the mark, and so that's 2 quick kills for Optimal. And a great use of vision there. Fnatic Deathbrush. Throwing it back to Season 1 in more ways than one here.
Yeah, just a very tough team comp to fight into at the objective, especially when they're set up or ready for the team fights. I don't know. If you're Rat Tactics, you got to think about
What the other team's doing.
What's the win con? What's the win con here?
Well, yeah, and it's both times that they went for the Void objective and then came down through Vision to the Dragon that they lost out big time. And so perhaps if you're making plays on one side of the map, you kind of just have to give the other if you are at Tactics. And Ozu is taken low, took a couple of counter shots, but I don't think he's low enough for Coin Flip as the knockup will find a mark. Stun does come through. Coin Flip taken low. Flash expended by Coin Flip, and Nozu still has the flash available. Has to be careful as Coin Flip's team is coming. Anozu does find the kill, but that's a shutdown going to Mistborn. And 3-1-1 on this on-hit Varus. Nothing to scoff at. It's going to be Mistborn and Pizanski going to have to be doing the heavy lifting here in this mid game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even from a team fight perspective. I don't think you can win a team fight at this point. Not anytime soon. And
Not
I mean,
anytime
Optimal's going to
soon.
be scaling. It's, what are you playing? A pick
Yeah,
comp
play for
into an
picks.
Amumu?
Yeah.
Into an Amumu Sarah?
Well, the Mumu's kind of not really tanky. The Lianji's rush, he just has health right now, except for that one cloth armor. You have the tools to do it if you're at Tactics. You just got to set up on the objective early. You cannot walk into Optimal Esports because that's just death sentence at this point. But if you get to the objectives first, play around your vision, maybe pick off 1 or 2 members, that's going to be the way you come. As a great Q from Zelmak predicting the Q3 from Akira. But Zelmak taking the worst of the trade. Now, of course, this isn't do or die here. You still have at least one more game for both of these teams, but you always want to get a win on the first match. I wouldn't say Rad Tactics is out, but it's definitely an uphill battle to climb. As we see, oh no, Moby White stunned and ulted by Time to Clown, and the ultimate wasn't expended, thankfully, from Moby. But you can't be poking your head where you got no vision. As Zelmak taken low, but a great Q will save themselves. Just kidding. Zelmak getting greedy for that wave. Doesn't get the wave and dies for it. A heartbreaker.
It's always winnable.
So you're telling your team right now we're scaling?
I don't know if maybe they'll believe it then. That's all.
Yeah. Some of that false confidence. But false confidence is better than no confidence. Optimal Esports is looking like a different team from Christmas Clash, I will say. They are on a mission to prove that that was a fluke.
Yeah, I mean they were winning game 1 of the Christmas Clash, so I'd say they're still consistent with that. Well, it's not over, but in theory.
In theory. Looking at the gold differential here, a little over 2k is the gold advantage of the Ornn over this Jax. And I talked about Zelmak eventually wanting to match the Ornn, but I think Ornn's at the point where even with no MR, you're just tickling him. The knockup does go wide, so Zelmak will be able to get this wave. He's doing the best. Getting one tower on the bot side. Great root from Moby. Gonna be knocked up by the Rift Herald as well. Coin Flip is here, does have the E, but a 2-man ultimate from Akira, but great use of the ultimate from Moby White and Pizanski. Seraphine does ultimately go down. Coin Flip taken low, but not out, but the rest of Optimal Esports is here. Rat Tactics doing their best and finding a trade on the top side of the map, so everything totally together, it was a 2-for-3 trade, which for Rat Tactics feels like a win.
Yeah, that's all you need is small victories, right? All you need
Oh.
to do.
That's embarrassing.
Is get
Everyone
Elder.
just saw you, Time to Clown.
No.
Dragon not up and the Q not coming through. Anyways, Mistborn is strong, flashing forward. The Q is going to be enough, but Traxon on the MF pops the Yomu's, able to get away after expending flash. That's going to be an early soul, sub 25 minutes. And Optimal Esports has all the tools in the world to close this game out. I feel like you just play around Elder, then get the Baron, and then close the game. We'll see if that's what happens. we see coin flip. Does have an item and a half here, but this Ornn already completed Thornmail, already completed Tabbies, already completed Sunfire, which is ornamented. If this Ornn is on the side where Jax is not gonna have fun. But I don't think he was having fun anyways. Zelmak has to be careful. The Q3 just a bit outside from Akira. Zelmak does enough to secure their escape. Zansky and Zelmak making sure that this Baron isn't started by Optimal. But if you're Optimal, I don't think you try to force fights here. I think you just play the slow game, wait for Elder. Because really a bad burger flip on Baron is kind of like the only way that Rat Tactics can come back.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to survive another 4.5 minutes. Don't take a huge team fight. Give up the Baron. Give up the map. I mean, there's still a lot of towers left. It's not like Optimal's about to end the game.
No. Yeah, you're right. It's just one of those things where if they start off Baron, I think Rat Tactics has enough tools in the bank to really punish it if they're all in that pit. But it looks like it started up by the Amumu. I don't think he knows that he's on vision. I don't think that red ward... Oh, it did find the blue. Okay. So Rat Tactics is well aware that this is starting though. But it's already below half HP. 5k on the Baron left. TPs are coming out. And it looks like this is where Rat Tactics makes a stand. Pizanski, can he steal? He stole the Baron! Pizanski doing the Lord's work, gets the Baron. It's a 1 for Baron trade so far. Oh, the Ornn ultimate is gonna find 2 members. Mistborn with a great Varus ult, though, will secure the rest of his team. And Pizanski buying his team time, stealing the buff away from Optimal Esports. Optimal Esports does find 1 tower and a Q on Zelmak. Q gonna be stunned up from the ultimate as well. Great use of Traxon's MF ultimate, but this is a fight that looks like Rat Tactics is winning. Shutdown for Misfortune, and I spoke too soon. Coin flip on the backside, not able to do enough.
That's Caster Curse. That's
I wasn't
Caster
Caster Curse. I've ever seen one. 3 kills for nothing, and despite the Baron being secured, Pizanski's team said, hey, we don't want the buff. Let's just throw ourselves at them. And what a recipe for disaster.
Yeah,
It looks like Optimal Esports
we're gonna go for it.
says, we're going to go for the win. Pizanski finding an ultimate on 2 members of Optimal, but already taken below half health, and Nozu just taking up damage, intro shots, and minion aggro, and pretty much everything, and doesn't go down. Is there enough damage in the bank to secure this victory? And it looks like no. Optimal Esports forced out of
Play it safe. Play it safe. You know?
the map here, the Nexus. And Rat Tactics lives to fight another way, another day, and another way. But really, with this Elder Dragon coming up in a minute 40, I don't think that's enough time to get enough gold to really make a stand. But who knows? Maybe Pizanski can do another miracle steal. It's really that Elder Dragon timer. A minute 20 on the clock until a fight that could decide Optimal Esports victory or a last grasp of life for Rat Tactics.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Always a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you like to say just go for the win there, only because now Rat Tactics could, in theory, still an Elder, but
Good in theory.
it's going to be tough
This is-
to get in here.
Yeah, this is the legal equivalent of a Hail Mary, and this is not helping. Coin flip spotted out by Time to Clown, and everything you use, and coin flip just goes down. So now you're gonna have to try to steal this objective with one less member. Ping's coming out on the mid lane. Anozu has to be careful. Is stunned up by Zelmak. But the ult will find the Anivia, and Anozu is just so big. Massive
the hell?
even, as Jackson just finds an easy kill onto the Varus, and wow, what a wombo combo. Time to Cloud and Jackson teaming up for a nice triple into MF's pockets, and that's going to be the first match decided. Optimal Esports finding victory over Rat Tactics.
Yeah. It felt even
You
for a
called
while.
it.
Oh, that's true, did I? Oh, yes, he's a wombo combo. I don't even know if it was that. It was the Ornn getting a lot of early kills. Really just let everybody chill going into the mid game, and then every team fight was just a press R. That's tough. I don't know. What would you have changed? Who knows? It's all
Uh,
it's all coulda, woulda, shoulda now. But
yeah, I mean, hindsight's 2020, and we are looking back. So looking back at the game, I think you just got to play slower. I mean, I talked about it before we even loaded in. If you're the Jax, you have to just play slow. Otherwise, you're going to be costing a lot on the top side of the map. And that's kind of what happened. You couple that with your top side losing, and then the focus from bot side from Optimal Esports, it was kind of just like a recipe for losing the game because you couldn't play through your Jax anymore, and the focus around these dragons, you couldn't pick up a dragon. So I mean, honestly, it was all kind of downhill after Rad Tactics took those void objectives and then tried to greed for the dragons. I feel like once you get those, just play that side of the map. Maybe look for a mid tower, maybe look for top, who knows. But running in and dying for the dragon probably wasn't it. But they have another game. You want to report on some news here?
yeah, so yeah, one team had to FF. They had a few no shows, not able to find some e-subs that would really work. So Jolly Rogers has to FF. Technically, I guess they still have a few more minutes, but I think they've kind of decided they're gonna call it. Unfortunate situation, people not showing up, but does happen sometimes, unfortunately. So DTT did get a free win in game one.
Not the outcome we wanted.
Not the outcome we wanted, but
We
at least
want
it
we
wasn't
want
the
to be
game that we
competitive.
were gonna stream, so it kind of worked out, I guess. No, as far as the stream goes.
Right side.
Yeah. So we'll see how that shakes things up because another team is going to get a bye going into this next round. Um, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know if both games that I guess I could probably have the other stream on, but I don't know if the other game's finished yet or not. So yeah.
Uh, yeah. Before we send it to a break, I just wanted to say only one viewer voted for Optimal Esports Vanguard, put 500 on the game, made back 3K, and that was Fallen. So congratulations, Fallen, for a fat wallet injection. Uh, Cody, do you want to rapid fire some of these follows?
True. I have been slacking, so do want to give a shout out to everyone that has been following. Sorry, it's taken us a little bit of time to get to it, but Toxic Games Only, Arctic Czar, The Shadow Cows, Samurai Orange, Appreciate Gank, your boy Chips Ahoy, Somnia Seraph, The Fallen Sanctum, The Lord JK the Master, Foolish Professor 0818, Domlax, Mr. Mango Dragon, E46 Koi, Pint the Mediator. That's kind of cut off. Hopefully that's right. Yeah. And Sprite Melody. I think that's everybody that I've missed that I'm slacking.
Oh, that
Much
that was it.
appreciated. That's a
You're gonna
lot
need a
of
drink
reading.
after that one.
It's
Yeah.
a lot of reading. Much appreciated everybody for the follows. But yeah, let's send it to a quick break. I'm gonna update the bracket so everyone can see what's going on, and we'll start talking about round 2 of this tournament.
All right. Updates. So as has been established, Jolly Rogers has dropped out from the tournament, which in this case means that Optimal Esports Vanguard, the team that won the fastest, will receive a bye into round 3. The team that Jolly Rogers FF2 Don't Tilt Top will be playing their winners matchup versus Sons of Arugel. Don't Tilt Top will be on the red side because they were unable to play their first game. Sons of Arugel already played a red side game, so they will be swapping over to blue. And Fools 5 and Rat Tactics will be the third matchup. So those are your matchups. The doc is updated. Optimal Esports, we apologize for any inconvenience. We just can't guarantee that teams show up. So hopefully you'll use this time wisely, do some scouting. I believe get effects in. I'm gonna. Oh yeah. So Fools 5 and Rat Tactics will be streamed on Fools 5's Twitch channel.
Yep.
I believe it's still linked in the Back to the Rift Bash section of our Discord. And we will be streaming Sons of Arugel taking on Don't Tilt Top. Did I cover everything?
I believe so. One thing to note, you might have said it. I don't know. I'm blanking now here. Let's see. Fools 5 versus Rat Tactics. The loser of that game is knocked out. Yes, the loser of that game is knocked out, and the winner.
Of Fools 5 and Rack Tactics, yes.
Yeah, and then we'll have 4 teams. So
the winner of Don't Tilt Top and Sons of Arugel will play Optimal Esports, and then the loser will take on the winner of Fools 5 and Rat Tactics.
Sure, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I swapped it around a couple times, so I'm sure whatever you said is correct. All they need to worry about is winning this game, and then they can worry about their next opponent next game.
Or yeah, I might get the opponents wrong, but everyone will be playing at least 2 games. So yeah.
True. Yeah. So it all works out for the remaining 5 teams. So I will, unless they've already invited me, I'll make the lobby for
Sons of
DTD versus SOA. So
Alrighty. That is what's gonna happen.
when Fools 5 versus Rat Tactics can play as they are ready to do. They're not ready. You technically have, I don't know, 10 minutes or whatever from whenever we put it up on the screen. So probably like 8 minutes left. Yeah, interesting. So luckily, I guess, silver lining with the bye is both games that are about to happen are both going to get streamed.
Yeah, true.
And also, every team will have gotten streamed at least once after this.
Well, everyone got. Oh yeah, I guess DTT didn't because of the FF. But,
yeah.
but everyone will get streamed, so everything works out in the end, kind of, sort of, maybe. Regardless,
Give or
this
take.
is the hand we were dealt, and so we're just rolling with it. So
I guess we'll talk about matchups. I don't know. We're starting to get into the lobby. Let me invite you real quick. So both of these teams have some rivals players on it, so it's going to be an interesting one. DTD versus SOA, especially the one to watch out for. We have the duo bot lane split up onto different teams.
yeah,
So we'll see who's the real carry in the bot lane. Is it Mr. Husky or Mr. Sauce? I don't know. So it'll be interesting to see. Optimal, of course, can get an extra game in, can hang out, can watch both streams as they. I do want to make sure.
I'm gonna double check
clear,
in here.
just
So
to give them the advantage. Yeah, to see who, because
Optimal Esports, I said it wrong.
they're the
Optimal
loser.
Esports will take the loser of this streamed matchup between DTT and SOA. The winner will take on the winner of Fools 5, and
Rat
Rat
Tactics.
Tactics.
Yeah. So if you're Optimal Esports, I guess whoever you don't want to play in this game, root for them to win. I guess.
I guess. Uh, I mean, well, we can talk about it here in a second, but yeah, this is kind of like a grudge match. I've seen some fighting words in the Twitch chat and the lobby right now. All good and fun between players that have known each other for a little bit. We are waiting for.
I think we're just waiting for a couple more players for
Yeah, the top and a couple other players for
SOA.
Rugal.
Am I tripping or
And-
is DTT definitely line? Oh no, red side.
Yeah.
It's because I put red on
Yeah.
the left for some reason.
I don't know why you did that, but
I don't know
it is
why I
what it
did
is.
Just for fun. Just for fun. That's why it's been tripping me up every game.
But looking at these two teams, I'm gonna actually pull up. So Don't Tilt top, 48 points. Sons of Rugal 50, so second highest versus third highest, or fourth highest. I apologize.
It's third and fourth,
of
right? Or was it second and fourth?
Second and fourth. Sons of Rugal second in the points, and Don't Tilt top fourth. But both these teams kind of, we've talked about it. They know each other. They know what people like to play, how they like to play. So I'm curious to see if target bans will start coming out. If people are going to try to force the issue on the rifts. Eyesight knowing that Salo is off roll. Lots of different things that could develop in this matchup. Like you said, Sauce v Husky in the bottom lane. The bottom lane kind of one to watch out for. Looking at the match results here. SOA, Husky went 5-8 and 13 on the Jinx. Tom Ingle playing Tom Ken's support won 1-8 and 17. Gonna say not the reason they won, but also not the reason they lost, I suppose. Salo actually was playing mid that game, and Nicholas on jungle, and it was really just the top and mid show aspect of Noxus on Set and Salo on Syndra said, "Hey team, get in our backpacks. We're gonna carry you." So, we'll be interested to see how Sons of Arugal line up here.
Yeah, SOA. I don't know if you want. It's so they just played a game, so they're warm, but also DTT got to watch at least some of SOA's game and get to see what they just played. So both teams have a little bit of a different advantage, and we'll see if side, which was just random, if that matters. Posted the draft links. We'll see if we're almost ready, waiting for one more player to line up, and we will get draft kicked off.
Yeah.
I'll throw it over to.
Sorry.
Throw it
Lots of
over-
back end stuff we're doing right here.
Oh, almost through the. Cool. There we go. Oh, let me change the logos. Who's playing? We have Don't Tilt Top on red side. There we go. Oh, nope. Cool.
All right. Just waiting for draft.
I want to talk predictions for the draft, but I also don't want to give any give them any ideas. So we'll
Yeah,
let
so
'em-
Salo, for those of you that want a little bit of Rivals lore, Salo's been playing ADC for Rivals for I don't know how long. He
Just
joined
what's-
when I wasn't really. So
yeah, y'all
you
both
call
tried
that a
out,
year?
and Salo made it, and it's okay. I don't talk about it.
you call that a year or
Yeah, something
give or
like that.
take.
Yeah.
Salo's been
Give or
playing
take.
ADC, but his professed role is mid, so he's actually playing on his main role now. And instead, it's going to be Nicholas off roll. So
Nicholas
but
jungle. I think he used to maybe main jungle. It's at least his second role.
there was some rumblings about him potentially doing it last split, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Mhm.
So Nicholas, Husky, and Sauce, all from the Rivals Gold roster. Salusin, Eyesight, BKs, and Death Knight from the Rivals Emerald roster. So kind of split apart. Few off rolls. Actually, multiple off rolls. 1, 2, 3. At least 3 off rolls. So yeah,
Could be
will
some
be
ugly
interesting.
League of Legends on
Definitely some personal
not so
personal
polished map.
gameplay. I think some personal gameplay.
Just waiting on red to ready up.
Just waiting on Eyesight to be
There we
ready.
go.
And we are
Live.
live, baby.
Verbs with
Of
hats.
course, the
Into the
Insta.
follow.
True.
The Insta Alawi ban. That's good. Graves. All right, so target bans are coming through. Target bans are coming through, at least for Sons of Arugul. They don't want BKs on the patented Alawi top. They don't want sight on the patented Graves jungle.
Graves.
Sidra gonna be banned away from Salo.
I guess I didn't know Salo played a lot of. I assume they're aware that
Popped off
Salo
with
is
it.
mid. Okay, cool.
Popped off with it last game.
Like that's one of Nicholas's best mid lane champs. So interesting, giving one ban each to his teammates. Oh, psych.
Oh, it's gonna be Dio's Zaya banned away. Zaya not really in the forefront of the meta, but super frustrating to play against if you're looking to all in. Tom Ken's gonna be banned away from Tomb Eagle, and the first pick Ash. Rivals knows a little bit about that. Gonna be Husky piloting the Ash, and comfort for Husky for sure.
Yeah, definitely one of his most played AD carries. I was curious to see what he was going to go with, and there we are. Ash, a little bit of a utility down there in the bot lane.
Yeah, interesting that the Tom Kench took the ban instead of the Ash, but that's what DTT is running with. Not going to be able to pair the Ash with the Zyra is a favorite of Sauce's. Going to be locked in by Don't Tilt Top. Of course, could be Ren Jungle. I know Sight probably has some games on it.
True, could
It's
be.
kind of fallen out of meta. Jin going to be the answer into the Ash. So lots of utility between these two AD carries. But the Freljordian, I always have trouble on the first go around with that word. The ice duo in
Don't
the
worry,
bot
make it.
lane. Braum being hovered. Of course, might be baited here. Hasn't been locked yet, but expected to come out into what they think is the Zyra, and it will be locked by Tomb Eagle. So this is a bot lane that Huskies used to running with Sauce. Will be interesting to see how they pilot it with Tomb instead.
Yeah, big Braum fan myself. So I think the Ash Braum pairing is very solid, very safe, even with the Zyra, assuming Zyra support. Taking the Maokai away from Eyesight and BK's. BK's known to be a Maokai one trick.
And that's interesting because this is Nicholas playing jungle. I don't know how well versed he is in the Maokai.
You just press R, right?
Yeah, just show up and press R. But
Could be flexed.
so it's, I mean,
Top.
from what
Potentially.
okay. So Skarner to be locked in. Skarner not a favorite of mine to play into the Braum just because your E gets canceled by the Braum ult knockup. But when comboed with the Zyra engine could be lethal. Uh I will say this from SOA's last game. It was top and mid doing all the damage, and SOA kind of recognized, hey, that worked out for us. So it looks like all the team fighting setup and CC locked in between the jungle and the bot lane for SOA. So we'll have to see what SOA kind of injects damage into this comp with. Meanwhile, on DTT, Jin and Zyra can both do a fair share of damage. I think there was plenty of games where Sauce was like first or second in damage done on the Zyra, if I recall
True.
correctly.
Yeah, definitely he'd be taking some kills, he'd be doing some damage on
As we
accident, of course.
see, Set and Diana going to be banned away from Sons of Arugal. The Vigar going to be banned away from Death Knight. And the Anivia banned away as well. Okay, so pinching the mid pool, expecting mid to come out on this R4 pick. So far, I mean, the draft's been coherent from Sons of Arugal. Seems like they came in with a game plan.
Shout out to Meet Dr. Thug and Razeth for the follows. I don't know, you went mute there for a second, so talk.
Oh, did I?
Okay,
Did
you're
I?
chilling, you're chilling.
I must have lost
And-
connection briefly.
And Razeth and Beast O'Burden. Or maybe me, just because I got 4 notifications at the same time.
Meet Dr. Thug
Malzahar.
got a penta on something. I'm not sure who he is. I'm assuming it's the set. But a penta on set is nothing to scoff at. It's kind of hard to do. Malzahar going to be locked in for Death Knight, a tried and true pick for him. The answer is going to be Oriana. Interesting choice.
Yeah, just because it's a lot of utility. I mean, or you can do damage for sure, but I guess they're going for just the full-on team fight.
Yeah, they're looking to pick out members of DTT with. I mean, the Ori ball on the Maokai is always good.
Is Maokai top?
Oh, okay.
I guess it could be Zinzao
flex.
top, but
Okay, we fell for it. Did DTT fall for it? Who knows?
so you have your damage mid jungle.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ash could do damage, or he could do damage. Kind of depends, but interesting.
I know Mordekaiser is available for BKs. Instead, we see a Gwen come out. Okay. One thing I'm concerned with when facing a Maokai is putting all your damage in one basket, and that's a lot of AP for DTT. And Spirit Visage is an item. So this Maokai, if he gets ahead, it's gonna be really hard to kill. So I'll have that's gonna be my point to watch heading into this game. CB, anything standing out to you?
Skarner. I mean, Skarner is Zinzao, so 2 different junglers for sure. We'll see the bot lane prio that DTT should have. We'll see if that sways the Skarner to play more bot side. And we'll see if Zinzao camps the Ori. I don't know if if the top laner popped off last game, is the game plan to play through top again? Who knows? I'm interested to see how the level 6 and or first objective fight is going to go.
Yeah, I mean level 6 is when both of these comps really come alive. I will say I think SOA has better setup around the bot side early. If you can get the Ashlows into a Braum proc, into a what is it, Twisted Advance from Maokai. Lots of CC to lock somebody down, and just enough damage to kill him. But on the flip side, the Orianna Zinzao, once they hit 6, it's put ball on Zinzao. Zinzao go in, you blow up the carry, either Jin or Malzahar. Gwen's going to be a little bit harder because of the W. But you basically try to look to blow somebody up, and then Zinzao hits the ultimate, walks out for free. So
That's if Malzahar doesn't instantly ult Zinzao.
well, I mean, so Malzahar can ult him, but the Ori knocks him up out of ult. You see what I'm saying?
That's all going to be execution. This one's I think is big.
It just sounds like execution. Yeah. But either way, I think both these teams have team fight potential. I will say it could get scary for the Zinzao, like you're saying. Getting locked up by either the Malzahar or the Skarner with the damage from the Zahara over the top. So we'll have to see. We've told our thoughts about the comps. CB, who you got?
Oof. Let me try to do this without knowing who's playing what.
I mean, both these teams know who's playing who, so you might as well just.
I mean, if I was just looking at champs, I would go SOA. If I was just looking at champs, I'd go SOA just because I'm just a big fan of the Wombo combo. But if I was a betting man and knowing who's playing, I would put my money probably on DTT. And speaking of that, I don't know if you've done the
I'm doing it right now.
poll, but yeah. So I don't know if I was betting, I'd say DTT. If I was doing a unbiased, I don't know who's playing what champs, I'd go SOA. That's
I
my
think
not answer.
I think I side with Fallen. I think DDT's team comp is probably a little bit easier to execute. I will say this: if DDT gets behind early and this Oriana and Xin Zhao become a problem, I could see why they could run away with the game. I just don't think it's gonna happen. So my money is on DDT.
True.
We know who we're predicting. We're gonna know who you guys predict. But it all comes down to how the play shows up on the rift. So we're gonna head to a break and we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to round 2 of Back to the Rift Bash here at Rivals. Sons of Arugel on the blue side.
To Summoner's
Don't Tilt
Rift.
Top, our reigning champions on red. Of course, Don't Tilt Top, this is their first played game, as unfortunately their first match
Until minions spawn.
ended in an FF, so we'll have to see what kind of firepower we're dealing with here. But it looks like Sauce will spot out. He's not paying attention. Okay, gets through all 5 members, and the Flash doesn't want to get slowed by the W of Ash. So, interesting that the Flash was used. And here we see the Rivals all chat coming out. Of course, not against the rules here in these Rivals clashes. So, if Sauce is gonna get tilted, will have to be something to watch. At the he probably just hits mute. He just says, "Yeah, whatever, dude."
And I was
True.
muted, but that's okay. Yeah, playing against you play a little different when you're playing against people that you know.
Yep.
See.
Doesn't want to give first blood. I can respect it. DK looking for the early push into Oriana. We'll have to see if he can probably get a ward on Raptors. That's what he looks like he's trying to do. And he does. We'll spot out the Xin Zhao as he crosses over. BK's on the Gwen is something I did not expect coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I didn't have that one on the bingo card. I know he plays it, but I wouldn't put it in his top 10. I wouldn't have thought, but we
Looking
shall see.
comfortable. So far, Aspect of Noxus struggling so far into the Gwen. Now, I will say, as I've said before, when you're playing top and you're in these kinds of matchups, if you're just patient, it'll work out for you. And I know Maokai's going to feel pressured to try to play into the Gwen here. You really just play for Spirit Visage, and then you'll be doing okay. Of course, Gwen does scale tremendously well. You will ultimately lose out on the side lane eventually. But during that mid game, I think you'll feel fine, as the root will find the mark on the Husky, but Tomb Eagle. And the immediate punish from the flashless Sauce, Nicholas getting first blood on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, that's one of those you have to know it's probably coming if they know that you don't have your flash up. You just have to save your
Yep.
wards for the river. Can't be pushed up that far with no flash. 2 minutes
Yep.
into the game.
Great punish from Sons of Arugel. Feels bad for Sauce, but looked like they were doing okay in the 2v2, so first blood, not the end of the world. Now if you keep dying, it gets a little hairy. Let's see how Sauce responds.
Yeah, you're still gonna have the push with the Zyra into the Braum, so not really gonna have an issue there. It's just as long as you keep your vision up in the river, you're big chillin'.
As BK's taking Aspect of Noxus low, but does take a tower shot. Great use of the Twisted Advance. And Nicholas here, gonna be an easy, breezy lemon squeezy kill. Nicholas 2-0 on the off-roll Xin Zhao, looking pretty good.
Yeah, it's just are we afraid to use wards or what? No. Nicholas very active in this early game playing Xin Zhao. Of course, down a little bit of CS, but I think you take that all day if you can get 2 kills for it.
I think you're seeing Nicholas playing a little bit of the macro game. By that I mean not stereotypical gank timers. So BK's knew that he 3 camps in a bot side, was expecting probably that he was going to look to finish his camps and then look for the gank. Instead, Nicholas doing what you should always do, playing forwards to the back, looks for the easy gank first, and then goes and finds the camps that aren't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, definitely not expected. Hopefully all the mentals are still intact. It's super early still.
Aspect of Noxus going to be able to fill just fine into this lane now, I think. On the bottom side, Sauce and Dio putting out a lot of damage into Husky. Husky has to be careful. BK is trying to play aggressively, but the sustain from Maokai is borderline disgusting. It'll be interesting to see if BK picks up early heel cut. Oh, Nicholas looks like he's caught out and is the wall slam into the ultimate from Deathmite. Smells doom. Spells doom
Both.
for Nicholas. But the shutdown goes to Eyesight on the Skarner. Not necessarily who you would want it on.
Nope.
As BK's doesn't have level 6. Great use. Oh no! BK's! You only get immune once, I think. And walked into.
Can you run into it? Like run towards the ult and make your way through it?
Yeah, but I don't think you want to run towards the Maokai. I think you just gotta wait patiently, eat the first entangling root, and then make your escape. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. So BK's down 0-2. Now, granted, Gwen does scale, but we saw it in last game. When these tanks get fed, it's not fun for the other team.
Not at all. I'm surprised there's not a little bit more banter going on in the chat, but I think they're trying to lock in here.
Oh, they're locking in. Oh! Oh. Aspect of Noxus bonking his noggin on the wall there. You hate to see it.
You love to see it if you're DTT, but yeah, you hate to see it if you're anybody else.
Tomb Eagle into with Nicholas. Salo on the way. Eyesight and BK's has to be careful. They do get 2 grubs. And a great stun up from Sauce. Flashing forward is Sight looking for Salo. BK's on the lonesome on the backside. Will go down. Shut down for Sauce there. Great 2-man E into another great slam from Sight. Flash forward from Tomb Eagle, but I don't think that was the play. And he will ultimately fall 2-0-2 for Eyesight on this Skarner. Speaking of tanks getting fed, Sight has something to say about that.
Yeah, it's definitely the first one earlier. You hate to see him take it. That one's kind of had to. But
Didn't
yeah,
have
that's
to,
okay.
but yeah.
Who was gonna get it? Zyra was gonna get him, I don't think. Flash for it, maybe. I think it's okay. You don't get all of them, maybe.
Oh, I was talking about the first kill.
Oh,
First
yeah.
kill he definitely didn't have to take.
Oh,
but these
yeah.
ones,
First one was
those
for
good.
stat pad.
Nicholas is caught out and gonna get the execute. Did steal the red buff away, it looked like, so a little hardy har for Nicholas, but I think Sight's okay with that.
Yeah.
Salo.
Definitely some.
Great
There's
use
still
of
some
the E.
timers on in the objective, so kind of just a reset for both junglers. Both are going to be on the bot side of the map. We'll see if there's a fight in the bot lane.
BK's has to be a little bit more patient here. I know he's frustrated because of how the way top lane's gone, but you're just not going to win this matchup now that you're 1-3 and a level down into this Maokai. Just going to have to play the scaling game. That's okay. You're Gwen. As the back wasn't stopped, unfortunately, by Dio and crew, but looking at the gold lead, about dead even between these two teams, so hopefully this continues well on into the middle portion of this game, back and forth.
Yeah, I think it will. Even, I mean, you have 3 grubs and 1 dragon, but it's not the most important thing in the world at 9 minutes into the game. We'll see if we'll get a good team fight at this dragon in a little over a minute and a half. You should have the bot prio for DTT. See how many more fights we can have in the top lane here before that.
Ultimates are available for everyone now, except for the supports. Husky has been known to hit a few good enchanted crystal arrows. So the pick option is there for Sons of Arugel. Of course, Salo with the ultimate as well, but the sights of sight are on Husky. The ultimate does not land flash forced from Husky, and BK is taken low, but I don't think, actually had enough damage if he didn't get rooted, so
Yeah.
slowly
almost.
things are turning his way in the Gwen matchup. DK trying to keep Salo out of this dragon side, but 50 seconds until this objective, so I don't think Salo's too pressed to get in there. Sight is here yet again. He knows Husky doesn't have the flash, but I don't think there's enough setup. Oh, great root coming out from Dio and Sauce. The ultimate will just not knock up Tumigal, but the ult does get a proc there from Dio. We see the power of the Zyra Jhin. Kind of a standard combo for most bot laners.
Yeah, you would think that's just free dragon.
You would think.
Unless DTT wants to get real greedy and go for something here.
It looks
Xin Zhao
like
is
that's
here
what
for
they're
it.
trying to do. I think they saw. I don't think they saw. Okay, now they definitely see Xin Zhao. So plate secured for the bottom lane. Nicholas is getting aggressive. Gonna be knocking Sight back under the tower, but ultimate will be expended in order to do so. Aspect of Noxus will TP down. Death Knight doesn't have flash available, so Death Knight just immediately taken out by a great TP from Aspect of Noxus. Nicholas going aggressive, and Salo finds 3-1-1 on this Orianna, and that's top gap.
Yeah, it's true.
The TP available gonna result in this second dragon being secured by SOA. But that's 2 plates for Gwen that was down previously, so it is a trade-off. And Sight's not willing to give this up for free. Ultimately, the dragon does fall, but a great 2-man ultimate from Eyesight. But not enough follow-up damage, and DK, who just died, TP'd in and dies again. And things go from bad to worse, but okay. Shutdown for Dio, but...
Kill them all, Sauce. Kill them all.
Actually, no, I think Sauce got him all. Sailor doesn't have any mana. Sauce with the blue buff in tow.
Oh,
And,
he missed
the
the
blasting
plane a couple times.
cone, I think, gonna be just enough. BK is trying to secure the voidlings, but gonna have to limp away. Those things do quite a bit of damage when you're less than a 4th HP, and a W being used to
Just
to
in
make
case.
sure he
just in
doesn't
case.
die.
Jinx Rocket, you know?
Jinx Rocket. Aspect of Noxus, of course, just got the shove because BK's got a little greedy for these grubs. All they need is 1, and 1 is what they get. BK is with a aggressive TP using the ultimate as well. Wants to take the fight to this team. Salo finds 1 ultimate onto BK's, and I can't really tell what's going on, but Sight, worse for wear, as they change to Crystal Arrow, will find DK, and that's a 2-for-0 trade for Sons of Arugel. And a little bit of agreed there. They got the 1 grub, and the question mark ping from Salo in all chat. You'd love to see it. He knows his team's up right now. 5-1-4 on this Orianna. And it's just mispositioning, really, from DDT. Trying to take more than what they can really do.
Yeah, it's tough when 2 beefcakes are running straight at BK's on the Gwen, and you don't really have any DPS other than the Gwen, so I felt like Skarner got ping-ponged around there, and no one else could really help him. So...
The Aspect of Noxus. This is the ultimate BM when you know that the opposing laner can't kill you, so you just do UI. Has to be careful here. BK's Ghost will be coming off cooldown shortly, but enough CCA to buy himself a little bit of wiggle room. And Nicholas is top, and oh no. The flash forward, the twisted advance. Aspect of Noxus going aggressive onto BK's. BK is just taking down. That's an easy kill for Nicholas. 5-3-5 on this Xin Zhao. And it's that mid-jungle duo you're talking about proving to be effective so far in the early parts of this game.
Yeah, SOA playing this very well, getting a lot of picks. I don't know if they're just assuming that there's no vision, but DTT not playing with the best vision on all of these ganks. And then even in the team fights, I don't know, Salo and Nicholas playing the team fight super well. Husky able to just chill and ult across the map because of Malzahar ult.
Interesting. Okay, Eyesight is here. The ultimate will land from Salo onto DK, but the shutdown for Eyesight with a nice Heartsteel Brock to boot.
Yeah, another shutdown kill for Skarner. I guess that's good. That's the thing. Not ideal, but it kills a kill.
You can get it.
Yeah, true. It is what
About
it is.
2K, 2.5K, we'll call it, separates these two teams. Sons of Arugel putting the pedal to the metal, knowing that they need to win early, otherwise there is some scaling coming out from the Gwen, from the Malzahar. And really, if Sight keeps getting these kills, it's going to be hard for this team to deal with, because not a lot of damage, sorry, not a lot of DPS baked into this comp. It's a lot of threat-loaded damage for Sons of Arugel. BK is not having fun. We've all been here. BK's thinks he can take the fight, but I think he was mistaken. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. This is a wet noodle fight to the death. Ultimately, Aspect of Noxus goes down, but a 3-man knockup from Zyra will find 3 members of Aspect of Arugel. Sons of Arugel. Dio going to be engaged on by Nicholas. Does have the barrier available. Will pop. Find the route onto the Xin Zhao. That's 2 in this game. Bonking the noggin on the wall. And Nicholas and Husky able to finish out the rest of the fight. And that was a cross-map ace for Sons of Arugel. And they are definitely in the driver's seat here 16 minutes in.
Oh yeah, definitely playing through their carries. They just seem way stronger than Don't Tilt Top. Haas
Team
is
Top's tilted?
a little bit, maybe a little bit, maybe a little bit. As we got some all chats going on. It's always winnable. Still, you're gonna scale if you're the side of DTT, but I mean this is just a massive lead at 17 minutes into the game.
I think massive's an understatement. As we're looking at the gold, about 6K for Sons of Arugel. And here on this throwback map, this is a good old-fashioned beatdown so far, as BK's does have sight, but I don't even think that's gonna be enough for this Maokai. Already level 12, and sees sight on reward and says, I'm still gonna take this fight.
I think it's gonna take a lot to kill Maokai.
It's gonna take everything in the kitchen sink. As Sauce
Oh, 360 no scope almost hits.
ulted under the tower by Salo. Salo is rooted up, but doing just fine. And the map's kind of falling apart for Don't Tilt Top here. It doesn't seem like they're quite on the same page as how they want to claw their way back into this game.
Yeah, I don't really can speculate what's going on how they think they're gonna climb out of this hole. A pick, a objective steal, I guess. Rift's not worth fighting for. We'll see if Tomb Eagle.
Tomb Eagle might be caught out.
Playing it safe.
Flash.
Playing it safe. Playing it safe.
He doesn't bonk his noggin on the wall. Oh, and the immediate root up from the Aspect of Noxus finds both members of DDT. The Brahmo splits the difference, and wow, 4-man ultimate from Sauce will result in a kill for Death Knight, but I think it's too little too late. Dio with the shutdown! Curve that bullet. Aspect of Noxus said, I might be your tank, but I'm not your babysitter. If you can't dodge the bullet, get out of the game.
Can't dodge a ranch.
Nicholas goes down. BK's does find some gold on the other side of the map, so small victories for Don't Tilt Top, but it's all Sons of Arugel right now.
Yeah, I mean, almost a 6K gold lead. DTT did get the 4 grubs. I guess you could say Quinn late game split push, but I mean, Maokai's going to build the rest. MR, I assume.
Yeah, a Force of Nature would be scary. Wait. Are they doing the thing? Okay, they didn't forget the eye. That's good.
Almost.
Oh, 2-man shockwave into the immediate death of Zyra and Jin. Tomb Eagle getting in on the action, picking up a kill for himself. Salo is letting him know that he is strong. DK gonna get a lot of damage on a Nicholas. Nicholas forced to use the ultimate, immediately turns his sight onto the Malzahar. The Malzahar does fall, and the enchanted crystal arrow
Jeez.
secures Nicholas's escape. Things go from bad to worse, ugly to uglier.
Yeah,
The,
the hole's getting deeper. I don't know.
And it's getting deep quick. A great use of the whatchamacallit. Oh, I'm so in shock of how this game is going. BK is just taking damage left and right from seemingly nowhere, and will go down. But in the meantime, the Baron secured by Sons of Arugul. Now, Aspect of Noxus does have to be careful. Not a lot of damage, or sorry, mana to his name. But this top side of the map, and even Husky, I mean, really everybody on Sons of Arugul doing great job in their respective roles.
Yeah, no weak link, no opening for really a win con for DTT. If you're DTT, maybe if you have one winning lane, then you could play through it, but it's just steep climb upcoming for DTT. If even possible, Dragon's coming up. I assume they'll just give it.
Yeah, Beast of Burden knows what I was trying to say. Using the Rift to dodge Gwen ult is what I was trying to get across.
Close enough.
This blue side of the map is Sons of Arugul. DTT doing the smart thing, picking up where gold is left. That's going to be an objective bounty going down for Don't Tilt Top.
Winnable.
And the push continues. They have to be careful. The raid boss is on his way.
I have to narrow that down, I think.
Sorry, the Maokai.
Okay.
He's the third epic monster on the map right now.
True.
Sailor with this Baron. Trying to pick up this tier 2 turret. Death Knight immediately popping the ultimate, but not enough damage. Good flash from Death Knight. Will buy some time, but doesn't even pick up a kill. I thought Tumigo would go down there. And the march continues on bot side, but 3 blinking health bars from Sons of Arugul means they have to play careful. Sight is looking for an entrance. Sight is behind the team. The curtains have been called. Sons of Arugul are beginning to fall, but not quick enough as cavalry has arrived. Nicholas and Aspect of Noxus are here. Sight doing what he can to stop the punish, and BK is either rage splitting top or just trying to find some gold on the top side of the map. I can't really tell at this point.
I think
But it
Malzahar
looks
is
like-
clear. It's probably fine, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's trying to pick up. I mean, that is a lot of gold to pick up a objective bounty on the tier 2 turret, but it's coming at the cost of the base falling from Don't Tilt Top side. That's gonna be 2 inhibs secured at 24 minutes. And are they just gonna push for the end? Gwen is starting to the back, so I don't know if they can really do this, but they're so far ahead. They're playing with confidence. But Sons of Arugul are gonna back off.
Feels like everybody's just tickling the Maokai.
That's because everyone is tickling the Maokai. I think, so there's a voice line Maokai has. It says something along the lines of the itch beneath my bark. And I think,
That's from
DDT
League or
is
that's
doing-
from Extra Clickers?
That's from League. It's from
Okay,
League.
okay.
It's from League. And I think DDT is doing just enough to scratch that itch nicely. Because I don't think he's really ever in danger of dying.
No. But I guess you don't have to kill him. You could just try to kill everybody else, maybe.
It's kind of hard to do when he's just running you down.
Just ignore him.
And you know, for a long time it was League of Tanks and League of Legends, and I think we have. I mean, the map is perfect because that's really what's going on right now. It's been back-to-back games where tanks just get ahead and run away with it. Of course, not to downplay what Nicholas and Salo have done either, but this looks like the final push as we see a great Braum ultimate knock up 3 members of DDT. Nicholas will be suppressed by Death Knight, but the suppression is not enough. Nicholas in the back line. That's 2 kills. Make that 3 for Sons of Arugula. That's a triple kill for Nicholas on the off roll. Xin Zhao, a bunch of, unfortunately, does go down. Eyesight finding some silver linings here, but I don't know if the combo of BKs and Sight is enough to stop this push. As Sight getting aggressive, flashing onto Salo.
He
Salo
wants Salo.
taking extremely low. But BK is doing all he can to survive into Aspect of Noxus. Eyesight does just enough to find the kill that he
Base.
flashed forward for. All is said and done, I think that's a 4 for 4, 4 for 3 trade. Base is in shambles, and I think Aspect of Noxus and the rest of the Sons of Arugula are just having fun at this point.
Yeah, it's essentially over, right? You just kind of chill, preserve some mental. You're still in the tournament. But yeah, I mean, you could say play for Elder is just about the only win con, but I don't think the SOA is gonna let the game go that long.
I think you're just playing for respect at this point. I think you kind of know you're gonna lose, but you want to lose going down swinging.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was attacking Xin Zhao. It felt like he was still just out healing all of the damage, so. I don't know. You hope, if you're DTT, I guess you hope if somebody maybe DCs in a team fight. That's about the only way I think they're going to win this one. Respectfully.
We've seen crazier things. Last game we saw Pazinski steal a drag or Baron away, but I don't think Sons of Arugula are gonna allow Don't Tilt Top to really make that happen. As everything on the map seemingly theirs. Soul is secured. Sights are set on the Baron. Salo has to be careful. There is one way that you could throw that, and that's getting caught out, but Aspect of Noxus knows I'm pretty unkillable at this point. I'm just going to go on another team. We're going to make stuff happen. Interesting to note that Dio just exploding. Salo is taken down low by BK's and the Gwen. The ultimate does go wide from Eyesight, but enough to kill Salo. That's a lot of damage. BK is doing work on the backside. This is a fight being taken by DDT. They're not going down without a fight, but it wasn't enough. Death Knight gonna
Sauce
be
has
taken
this.
down
Sauce has
by
got this.
Nicholas. Can Sauce do it? The support 1v3. Zyra and 2 towers are all that is standing between
Jin's coming up. Maybe.
defeat and a breath of victory, but no. Can Jin snipe out Nick? Nope. The wall that is Maokai stands between them. Okay, going on a ride.
Yeah.
That's a GG.
Not a close game after 3 minutes. No, 5 minutes.
Tough. Tough scenes on the Rift, but both these teams will move on to round 3. After that beatdown, Don't Tilt Top moves on to face Optimal Esports, and Sons of Arugula will take on the winner of Rat Tactics and
Fools 5.
Pools 5.
Which I don't know if that one's over yet. Maybe. I don't know yet. But yeah, since Fools 5, well, I guess it depends on whether or not they win or not. Then we'll see. We'll just have one stream game. But yeah, I don't know. Team comp? Is it comms diff? Is it the fact that SOA was warm coming into this game and DTT had a bye first round?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Regardless, I think if you're DDT, you just kind of forgive and forget. Act like that game didn't happen. It was a warm up, and focus your sights on to round 3. I think there's gonna be 2 games regardless, right?
Yeah, there'll be 2 games. I meant streamed. If
Oh, 2
Fools
streams.
wins, then they'll be both streamed. But I don't know. We can figure that out after a short break as we update the bracket and see what happened in the other game. We'll be back.
Bye. Welcome back, everybody. On the heels of kind of a beatdown, Sons of Rugal gave Don't Tilt Top. Both those teams are going to be playing in round 3, so we'll have to see how Don't Tilt Top responds. In the meantime, we're waiting for Rack Tactics, Fishnets, and Fools 5 game to end. They're currently 44 minutes in, and kind of a banger. 28 to 33 is the kill score. Fools 5 up about 2K. Soul has been secured by Fools 5 as well, but Elder went to Rat Tactics. Oh, sorry. Not Elder.
Play
They have
by
a
play.
Smolder. My bad. So a fight is breaking out right now between these two teams. It could be the deciding fight. And Rat Tactics, despite going down early, able to secure 2 kills. So it was a 2-for-2 trade. And they're 45 minutes in with a Smolder, but Zelmak is getting caught out by Foolish on the bottom side of the map, so he's going to be 3-for-2. So that's your live look into how this game is going.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up part of the bracket. Maybe.
Looking at the rest of the bracket, Optimal Esports will take on Don't Tilt Top.
There's some of it.
Some of it.
Some of it.
There you go. As we await that winner between Fools 5 and Rat Tactics. And Rat Tactics losing to Optimal, but putting up a fight against Fools 5. It's win or go home for both of these teams.
Yeah, so the winner is going to be Blue Side against SOA, who's had 2 very good games so far.
Game 1 was a little hairy for him. What, 49 minutes? It was the heroics of top and mid to kind of push him over the line, but I think they figured out how they're looking to play. So we'll have to see if they can keep the momentum up from a convincing win against No Tilt Top.
Yep, and I do believe, not 100% confirmed, but I do believe that DTT is going to have to E-sub in their next match. So they will lose all first phase bans. So 3 ban loss. All the first phase. They will be losing their 80 carry. I don't know if their E-sub's going to play 80 carry or not, but we shall see soon. And I guess, technically, we're going to stream DTT versus Optimal either way. So
Probably
we
so.
don't really have to wait for the other game. It would just be SOA sitting there twiddling their thumbs. But Fools 5 is streaming their match, so I assume SOA surely watching that game to see who they play.
Fools 5 able to secure Elder and Baron. So the march to Nexus seems inevitable, but we'll see if Rat Tactics can make a stand here. They do have a Smolder. They are wave clearing pretty well, so we'll see. Update on the E-sub. So we can let Optimal know.
Yep.
Or are you doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just wanted to make sure point check that way. There's no sneaky business going on. So we
They're
at
eligible.
Arrivals are very much. I had to deny a few people earlier, and of course during signups, showed some leniency on some people. Their points just went up, so I don't want any team to be at the cap trying to squeak somebody in. So we want every game to be at least same elo. Every game doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be a close game, as we saw last game, but it looks like he's going to be, their E-sub is going to be right at the cap. Emerald 2 is worth how many points? I want to say 16. Emerald 2 Peak is worth 16 points. I believe DTT can fit that. They can. So, Optimal, I will send you their eSub, and then we will get this next game, semifinals, on the road.
And this Justin looks like we have a winner of the opposite side of the brackets.
Who's it going to be?
And for those of you who are not watching their stream, it was Fools 5 finding the win against Rat Tactics. So Rat Tactics, we bid adieu. Really fun to see you guys playing. Hopefully you guys had a good time. Unfortunately, not everybody can win. But we hope you enjoyed your games.
Sounded like it was
And-
a close one.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was. They
Both of
went
their
to
games.
50 minutes and 42 seconds.
Wasn't their first game also super long?
Yeah, Fools 5, yeah, against Sons of Arugul. Unfortunately, they lost that one, so it's good that they got the win, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, RT had. I mean, first game was close for quite a while.
Mhm.
And it sounds like their game too was close. So, yeah, much appreciated them for signing up.
Just like last time, there will be some feedback forms to fill out eventually after this concludes. So if feedback is always appreciated. If there's things that people didn't enjoy or didn't like, go ahead and definitely let us know.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it probably tomorrow because it's up. I mean, I know a lot of people will read. I don't know if this is what you said. I kind of zoned out, but read a feedback type situation. A lot of people are just like, I'm not gonna do that. But we're doing. I mean, we're here for people that want to play, people that want to watch. So
Mhm.
I'm not super hard set on anything. If there's a lot of interest in changing anything, whether it's rules, eligibility, I don't know what hat Righteous wears. I'm open. Righteous has to wear a Houston hat next time.
Houston.
You're a big Houston fan.
I'm a big Houston fan. I didn't know this.
Astros.
No, ew, yuck.
Oh, I don't have a Yankees hat on. That's okay. I'll wear a
I
Yankees
hate the
hat.
Astros. I'm a Dodgers fan, if people are curious.
Okay, yeah. Starting
Love
this year.
Dodgers.
Starting this year. Or starting a couple
No.
years ago. So,
No. I'm a Dodgers fan. Born into it. My dad grew up in LA. So we've been following the Dodgers pretty much my whole life. By pretty much I mean my whole life. So,
all 42 years.
42 years old last week. No, I'm not 42.
All right, there we go. I updated the bracket.
So, Rat Tactics, thank you so much for playing. It was fun to see you guys out. We'll be doing one spoilers next month. So, hope to see you guys then. We're trying to fine tune some things. So like CB said, definitely utilize that feedback form that'll go out. I think we might just post it so everybody can see it. Last time I went just to the participating captains. But you as viewers or everybody else, let us know what you like and dislike.
We make a rule where they have to fight pre-level 2. There you go.
Everybody has
suggestions all
to
day.
meet in mid lane and fight to the death.
Hey, Ram.
I selected by Mundo Dodgeball.
What do we got? I invited Helium Bamboo. Optimal. Put the blame on them. I'll invite somebody else.
Coming in.
Cool.
Trickling in here.
Should probably get the draft ready. So, yeah, so SOA versus Fools 5, that game will also be getting streamed. So cool. Both semifinals games getting streamed. Whenever we go to finals, I don't know if we mentioned this earlier or not, but side selection for the finals match is going to be decided by a 2 versus 2. That
little bit different.
We
I
will
think you can
stream.
drop the bracket now.
They want to know.
I can feel it tickling my nose.
Hmm. Whatever, man. You just want more screen time.
Yep.
It looks
Can
like
do that way.
Optimal Esports is going to use their sub, not eSub. So no ban loss for Optimal.
Gotta do a little bit of homework then, because I did not have them pulled up.
How dare you? So we have what?
What side?
DTT.
Optimal is blue, correct?
DTT trying to pull some sneaky.
Now I'll have to see how good these guys are at switching sides.
With with 2 spectators.
Yeah, it'll happen.
Get there eventually.
So looking at the sub, if I lost my place.
He is one of their higher ranking rostered players, I believe.
True. Always surrender. 13 points on the point.
Yep.
Thing. Likes playing Zyra. So that'll be interesting. We had 2 Zyra players in the lobby.
Zyra or
Or
Zaya?
Zyra.
Both. Well, look at me go.
But maybe Sauce doesn't want to play Zyra after the outcome of last game.
It was
We'll
just
see.
because of the level 1 flash. That's all
True.
it was. That's all I gotta do now. This time is just Wharton back up, maybe?
Yeah, or something.
Or go into him and kill him.
True.
Optimal
Option B.
on blues. Sorry, there we go. Cool. I was gonna throw it on over to the draft. As we get ready.
Wait for these teams ready yet.
All right, so winner goes to finals. We'll do the 2v2 for side selection before the finals match, and loser goes home. Optimal Esports is 1-0, so unfortunate, but they did get the bye. Got to hang out and just watch DTT play their last game. So of course, got the Graves ban. We saw it banned last game. Eyesight. I'd say a decent amount of games on the Graves.
Oh, there's a no ban option? Oh, it just didn't load. Okay. Some random bans coming out. They're gonna confirm which bands to give DGT, so that way
That's
we
a
can just
sneaky
skip your draft
insight.
a
Now
little
they
bit.
know they can plan against around those 3 champs.
Yeah.
Nope. Yep. The first 3 bands for DTT, so the first 3 bands on the right side, are not actually bans. I guess it wouldn't have really mattered, right? They could have banned, even if they're going to play those champs.
So interesting to note. Sailor is in my DMs complaining. I'm just kidding. He's not complaining. He just has a question. It's a rematch between Fools 5 and Sons of Arugel on the exact same sides. So if you're curious to see who wins the round 2 matchup, that's going on Fools 5's channel. It's just the
Yeah,
way the
it's-
bracket shaked out, I think.
Yeah, the other way we could have done it was not determine the side until we actually see who's on the bracket.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, but also you could argue that you
Yeah.
big brain navigate the bracket in a way that you play certain sides. Don't think anybody
Mhm.
did that, but in theory. Anyway, enough about
Zyra.
that game.
Picked up for Always Surrender. Yeah, sorry.
was
There's a lot
random.
of stuff going on between
Yeah.
all
the sides
parties involved.
sides were random, So it's kind of
Yeah, sounds random.
unfortunate, but at least it was completely
It's a
random.
storyline, man.
Yeah, but
We're all
oh
about
man,
storylines here.
if only that team they only won because you get one of those.
Yep. Anyways, Zyra picked up for Always Surrender, taken away from Sauce as well. Definitely favored by Always Surrender, so they're gonna be happy they got that champion. Varus gonna be locked in for Don't Tilt Top. This is bold font subbing in for Dio. Subbing, excuse me, for Dio. Nautilus gonna be locked in for Sauce into the Zyra, so could be scary.
Interesting. Interesting.
Resident support thoughts?
I would take Zyra into Nautilus 8 out of 10 times.
What are
But
the two that
comfort
you wouldn't?
goes a long way. Depending, I guess if you see the AD carry, who they're playing.
I see.
If the other team has a lot of squishies, it's just okay. I just don't hook as many times in lane, and out of lane Nautilus makes a lot more sense. But it's okay. I know Sauce's Nautilus. I think it's his most played champ overall. Or maybe it's Zyra then Nautilus, but either way.
It's an AoE being locked in by OEV. Zyra going to be paired along with that Misfortune, assuming it's going to be Zyra support and Udyr jungle. Udyr locked in as well, so the Lilia going to be hovered by Sight.
Get the Lily. It's not ever gonna get the Graves. It doesn't seem. Will they let him play a carry champ? Oh,
There it is. Lilia, of course, a pretty good pick into the Udyr as well. When you get that ramping move speed, it's really hard for Udyr to really stick on the deer. The other bands, they give the other two, right? Or no?
yes, they get the last two. Originally, before signups and everything, it was 5. It just feels bad, especially if it's semifinals or finals games. Stuff happens. People, the internet goes out or whatever. So 3 bans feels fine.
Yep. I misspoke earlier in the stream. That's my bad. I swear.
It used to be 5.
Everything was in the doc. It used to be 5.
It used to be 5. It used to be 5. I guess I don't see enough Udyr. Are we thinking that's jungle or top or support?
I guess it's a flex. My guess is it's gonna be jungle. I know it's one of Time to Clown's favorite champs, right behind Volibear. But who knows? Inozu could lock it in. I do know BK's at one point really liked the Udyr top, so maybe they thought it was a takeaway as well. So we'll have to see. But my best guess is it's going jungle.
Who's that ban?
The ban is Yone from DDT. So Vex on OEV side, DDT banned by.
Yeah,
Or sorry, DDT bans Yone.
Yeah, what's the other ban? DTT didn't ban.
Oh, it's not their turn yet, is it?
Oh, does it go left to right for both sides? I don't know. I just work here. Yeah. So DTT
they
needs to
missed.
type their last ban before they pick. Chop chop.
Or they're just gonna miss it if they lock in. Maybe they just didn't want to ban.
I mean, if all 5 people aren't paying attention.
Guess they're not paying attention.
I guess as long as they say it before, but
Oh well.
that's why I have something in the rules whenever you sign
You're
up. It
early
says,
to
I
the
have read the
understand."
rules and understand. Maybe DTT just feels confident that they only need 1 ban.
That's not what's being said in client, but we'll go with that. Missed ban by DDT, we'll say.
That's fine. It worked out anyway. It worked out. They wanted Garen. They picked Mordekaiser anyway.
Okay, so interesting. This is like a full melee comp outside the bottom lane, locked in by
Brilliant
OEV.
mid then.
I do want to confirm. I know somebody was a big Irelia enjoyer
Didn't he get banned? Game 1?
against them, yeah. But I can't remember if it's top or mid. Anyways, Cho'Gath to be lost lock in. Once again, a lot of AP coming out from DDT. No Maokai for OEV though, so no PTSD from
Yeah. Just
Zarugo. So
an Aurelia Mordekaiser Udyr running at you, but it's okay.
yeah, so it's interesting, right? Because OEV is running a comp where if they get ahead, I mean, it's gonna be so hard for DDT to ever respond to what they do. But if they go even or get behind, there's not a lot of lockdown for the Lilia. Like by lockdown, I mean like surefire, like almost point and click CC. You're not gonna move. You do have the Mordekaiser ult,
Mortal is
but
about
he
it.
gets he gets kited. You have the Aurelia E, but it's hit or miss. It's really gonna come down to how MF and Zyra kind of navigate, if that is what happens. How they navigate the team fights if the teams are even. Um, but I will say one team's coming off a convincing win, and one team got smacked around and then missed a ban. So
They need to tighten up if they're gonna win this game. Yeah,
yeah,
for sure.
tightened up for sure. I'm gonna do the prediction. So with that information, you can predict how you will. But I got OEV for this game 3.
Uh,
I don't know, CB thoughts?
I I I think my bias is coming out. I think if I could be unbiased, I would go EV. I'd go EV. DTT has some rivals players, so uh, I don't know. I'd go EEV because they're coming off a win, had a little bit of a break. DTT, they're not locked in. They got like clear comms. I don't know.
They're not locked in. Their name is literally Don't Tilt Tav, and I know he's tilted. So we'll have to see how that all pans out. But it all has to happen on the Rift, and we'll get right there after this break. Welcome back to everybody to the round 3 matchup of the Back to the Rift Bash. We've got Optimal Esports Vanguard on the blue side, Don't Tilt Top on the red. And it looks like both of these teams might be meeting each other on the bottom side of the map.
This is what we
We'll
like to
have
see.
see. Oh, they've sniffed it out. Of course, this is a rematch, so maybe they expected this to come. Massive 3-man knock into a 3-man pull by Mordekaiser. Sauce immediately taken down. First blood for Akira Manai. And Optimal wants more, but they have to be careful. 3-man knockup from BK's on the Shogath. Forces the flash out of the Mordekaiser, so not all is lost, but the gold does go the way of Optimal Esports. And these are two teams that know each other. They played each other in Christmas Clash. Don't Tilt Top ultimately knocked Optimal Esports out of that clash, so I think Don't Tilt Top was ready from experience.
Yeah, sometimes you have to think, have they seen us do this before? Yeah, I mean, 1 kill, first blood over, to the Aurelia. You're feeling good about that if you're Optimal.
Yep.
No sums used from DTT, I guess, silver lining.
Yeah, 2 taken off the board from Optimal. The flash from Mordekaiser means he's going to be late to do top side as well, by not using that TP, and then TP from Akira to make sure they got to lane in time. So small wins for Don't Tilt Top here, but coming off of the back of the Sons of Arulu game, it doesn't feel really good for them right now. Hook will land onto Always Surrender. Surrender taken to below half health. And the root goes wide, so Sauce get that scot-free. Anozu trading aggressive into BKs, but won't be able to stick on to the tiny Cho'Gath. Knockup does come through. BK is taking Anozu low, and Anozu doesn't have flash. Is this going to be a kill for BKs? The redemption mark. The Q does land, but Anozu... Flash!
Oh.
Sparrow's Scream gets the kill, and Anozu being a little greedy, just like the back and TP there. I'm not sure why he stuck around.
Yeah, BK's might have been tilted last game, but new game, new him. He has as many kills as he did last game, I do believe.
I think BK's went from tilted to angry off of the back of the failed invade. I think he's playing with some fire underneath him.
Yeah, and Mordekaiser being one of his most played champions. And with counterpick into Mordekaiser, you have to think he's very confident in Cho'Gath into the Mord matchup.
Let's see how it pans out. Of course, Mordekaiser about a wave ahead in terms of CS, so not all is lost, but just the first. Oh no, bad to worse. Anozu slowed up and knocked up a great E though. Is that enough? Ooh, the flash from sight. And that feels bad because he just TP'd. The wave is frozen.
Yeah,
Kira forcing
like,
the flash out of Death Knight, but
what happened to BK's last game is happening to Anozu, it seems. Tough spot to be in.
ooh, a great flash from Akira. The root goes wide, but it doesn't matter as DK goes down to solo bolo. So Akira on this Aurelia is going to be a player to watch. Aurelia is definitely fun champ to see.
Yeah, you don't see a lot of her in competitive. Definitely not in this gold plat-ish elo. As far as comp games, at least I don't. Definitely not mid lane. Mordekaiser is ultimately still going to be Mordekaiser late game, so he just needs to get there.
Does dodge out from the rupture from BK's, but his wave is such a bad spot. He's going to need help. The time decline is there, but I don't know if they're going to be able to secure the kill. BK's doesn't have flash, and time to clown is going to be here. The pullback did find BK's, but the bear stance wasn't ready. And so BK's does fall down.
I think he's allergic to warding. That might be it.
Dude, that top lane bush, I think gives him hives. He just won't go near it.
And
TP
Mordekaiser
is
did get the
available.
kill.
Always surrender with a nice root, so Sight will have to back away. So still just about 500 gold separates these two teams as these neutral objectives are up. Dragon immediately started by don't tilt top. Eyesight wants to make sure that they get at least one in this game. Death Knight did get the push into the Aurelia, so it looks like it should be uncontested. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Time to Clown won't have any trouble eating through these grubs.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing. Both teams playing, playing objectives well. Kills all around the map, some good ganks. I mean, I'm excited for what's going to happen this game.
Yeah, been lots of action so far. BK's Rupture just a little bit off the mark, but does have the level 6 advantage. And Ozu just ticked over to 6, and does have Udyr and Aurelia around, but BK's playing smart, backing off. Actually get a ward to see if a dive comes. Nozu does find the grab, but Nozu is going to be taken low. BK's, I know, smelling ults, but has to be careful because the shield will prevent the actual execute coming through, so. All in all, both top laners are going to back off, and both these teams are going to reset and get back onto the rift.
Already a 150 bounty on the Aurelia. In theory, Malzahar should be fine later on.
Great
Unless he
stun
gets
from
stunned.
Akira. And it's unfortunate because the Voidlings from Malzahar give Aurelia Q stacks. And it's guaranteed that she kills them with 1 Q.
True.
So the upside is if she goes in and plays it poorly, DK does have the ultimate available, but Time to Clown making his presence felt on the top lane. BK is immediately flashing away. Pretty big wave. I think it's gonna crash. I don't think we see Akira. We were just talking about it. Could be punished by a great Malzahar ult and Bold Font using both sums to get out of dodge. Traxon flashing forward, but I don't know if there's enough in the tank, and so 2 for nothing is the map. Akira going down to the gank, and Traxon and Always Surrender just losing out on the 2v2.
Yeah, Traxon almost getting a 2-piece chicken McNugget there. I don't know if I hit the cleanse just for fun. Maybe it'll make you go faster. But flash used, chasing sauce, almost. Got the kills. What do we have?
Both fonts sticking around, but doesn't have flash available. Always Surrender does. Flash E.
Yeah, no vision for OE right here.
Cards. They're playing it safe. They're backing off. Lily is waiting in the wings as well, so I don't think anything is going to come of it.
So we like a little bit of a back and forth as far as the lead, gold lead, kill lead.
Yep.
We
Best
got-
about that even.
We'll see if both teams prio the same objective in about 2
Looks
minutes.
like the way that Zyra is warding, that OE is going to play for the Dragon. OE, of course, in the first game we saw them play, was really playing for Dragon stacks. Now we see BK's
Using his body for wave management.
using his body. The built-in sustain, getting a little bit of health with the minion kills is always nice. But I think OE has enough. I keep calling him OE. And Ozu has enough to break the freeze, so.
Looks like they're gonna swap.
Yep. Time to
Objectives of
Clown
the mid lane
is
fight.
here in the mid lane. The flash forward doesn't find the mark. The immediate suppression into sleep on the Aurelia, dodging out on the W from sight, but not enough. And it's gonna be a 2 for nothing. Nope. Just gonna be the one kill, but that's gonna definitely secure whatever objective that DDT wants to play for. Sight sees both the lanes are pushing on sides. Gonna stick around where these grubs are, knowing that time to clown super low. And it should be an uncontested, so once again, no voidlings this game.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Akira stepping up a little bit too far. I think, taking 2 or 3 tower shots there. Probably still dies either way. But
I don't even know if Akira took any. I think it was just the amount of damage from those
I thought she was Malzahar ulted underneath the tower.
Either way,
Who knows?
it's gonna be interesting to see if Akira ultimately ends up buying a QSS. Sight is stuck in no man's land, has to flash out, but does find all 3 grubs. So that's a flashless Lilia, and ultimates were used in the mid lane. So I wouldn't be surprised if OE plays for the dragon instead. TP out from DK, but Lily is all the way up in top. Back's coming, so if OE's gonna play for this objective, the time is now, and that's looks like what is gonna happen.
Yeah, should be a free dragon Lilia shopping spree in base for 30 seconds. Even with the gold lead for DTT, I mean, you're gonna tie up the dragon. Yeah, I feel like Aurelia will eventually get it.
Fight's breaking out on the top side, and Nozu forced a flash out
Q
from the Rapture. Rapture. Anyways, so it's kind of interesting. Back when Mordekaiser was meta in the Procyon, Cho'Gath was not very often picked, but was really effective as a counter, as we see once again Akira suppressed by the Malzahar ult, but just a little bit too soon. Sight not in range to punish. Sorry, when Sion was in the Procyon, because the Rupture was easy to hit. It's the same thing for the Mord. As soon as Mord throws out the Q, you throw out the Mutcher. It's an insta-lock knock up, as we see Sight taken extremely low by Time to Clown, forcing the Lilia ult. Akira is here and doesn't find the stun, so DK and Eyesight once again winning out on the 2v2, but Always Surrender is here, does throw the ultimate, but doesn't get anything. So far the mid jungle duo of Sight and Death Knight getting the better of Akira and Time to Clown.
Yeah, that's a lot of AP damage coming out. Yes, you have some mercs, but that's just the CC.
Ooh, back is stopped by Sauce.
Sauce
Ignite and the flash. Sauce is committed indeed.
He said, "You took my Zara? Okay."
I take your life.
Yeah, DTT looking like a different team this game.
Yep. But the game's plenty early, only 13 minutes in. But sizable gold lead for DTT thus far. At what point do you stop playing around the mid lane and instead try to focus on the sides?
For Udyr, Lilia.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Okay. I think BKs will go down. He does. Okay. Flash was used. It was a little scary there for a second. Time to Clown does find the stun onto Sight. It should be able to get out. And does. So
Okay.
ends up being a 1-for-1, but that was a lot of damage from the Cho'Gath ult. And then great pathing from Death Knight. Gets a freebie on Time to Clown, unaware that DK was in his jungle.
Yeah, I didn't see any pings come out. I would have thought there was a. Hey, Udyr, Malzahar's headed that way. No, good rotation from DTT. They're gonna take this rift for free. Mord cannot ult. Malzahar with the shield.
Did break the shield, but nothing's gonna come of it.
Quick little 4K goal lead. 15 minutes. Lilia with the Dark Seal. I just noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's kind of interesting because now you have a triple melee top side that's struggling, but Boltfon going to be taken out. Great combo from Traxon and always surrender.
Nice combo. All it takes is one nice Misfortune ult in a team fight.
Yep. Misfortune opting for the Bloodthirster Rush. Gonna help in these team fights as well. Anosa has to be careful here. I don't think he knows where the rest of the team is, but Death Knight knows the limits of Malzahar and gets another freebie. Seems like he comes topside and he gets some free gold.
Yeah, I thought maybe Mordekaiser was gonna ult him since he was under tower, but I don't know if he had the shield popped yet.
Oh, he's suppressed. You can't ult him when you're suppressed.
Not before.
Oh, before? Yeah, maybe.
We'll never know.
Never know.
Still early, even with a 6 kill lead and 6k gold lead.
Yep, I think if you're OE, you give up this dragon. It's only the second Drake for DTT. Instead, focus on getting your carry some gold. Now, I mean, really, if you're looking at the gold lead, it's about 2k for Cho'Gath, so really the game is a little bit closer between the rest of the team here. It's 2k between the solo laners, so 4k is the gold lead just from Death Knight and BKs. So you play slow, get some gold in your pocket, and try to make a team fight happen. But if you're the side of Don't Tilt Top, I think you're just trying to close out as fast as you can. And Death Knight, caught in no man's land, but does have the flash available. Might to break the shield. Gonna be just caught out, and the flash for the shutdown is interesting. Sight is here. I think if you're DK, you just take the L, live to flash another day.
That
Here has
tower
to be
should
careful.
go. Yeah. Cho'Gath is already quite big. Pause.
Nozu gonna be slept. Sight looking for the kill and finds it. Time to Clown is here, but I don't know if there's enough damage in Time to Clown's tank. Oh, I'm totally mistaken. Shut down for Time to Clown. It's a little bit of gold back into OE, but Don't Tilt Top still firmly in the driver's seat. CPU's top is kind of interesting. Perhaps just to put pressure for the next Drake, but doesn't spawn in 3.5 minutes, so maybe the site is set on Baron for Don't Tilt Top. You have to see how Optimal Esports
Probably.
responds.
Yeah, you have TP advantage. I would assume so. I mean, you have 1 minute. We'll see how far Cho'Gath can push the wave. I mean, you have Malzahar with essentially a free push in any lane he's in. I mean, I don't think the Varus Nautilus is, I mean, stronger necessarily. But they're playing with more confidence. That goes a long way.
Playing with more confidence.
We see a 20-minute Baron attempt.
I
That'd be
mean,
cool.
we've seen the Zyra MF combo net that kill underneath the bottom tower, but just as effective in team fights. So we'll have to see if Time to Clown and Akira can set up Traxon and Surrender to maybe win some skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah, if they can just CC the Lilia, I think that's going to go a long way.
Aggressive positioning on this Baron side of the map from Don't Tilt Top. And on the bottom side, Kira in the Cho'Gath lane does have... Oh, as we see the suppression on Time to Clown. Everything used to secure the kill onto Udyr, and ultimately does go down, but Sight in Brazil will be able to get out. We talked about the kiting ability of Lilia, and so one for nothing trade, but lots of ultimates and cooldowns used for Don't Tilt Top. Are they confident in taking this Baron? Doesn't look like it.
No chance. I bet you said maybe to go for it, but Misfortune not there for really any of that fight. Still has ult up.
Wow, Akira just immediately onto Bold Font. Bold Font watches as his health bar goes down. Gonna be a trade because of the help of the tower. All surrender knocked up by the rupture of Cho'Gath, and wow, that is
That's like
a hungry
40%.
guy. Oof. Oof is right. What can you say when you're always surrender other than oof?
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I just feel like we haven't really seen Optimal Esports fight at all as a team. Really, with Misfortune, really hasn't been able to do anything in any of these team fights. Not that there's been too many team fights. Still only 21 minutes in. A lot of towers, a lot of objectives to go. But feels like Optimal Esports needs to get on the same page as far as wanting to team fight front to back.
Optimal Esports does have another dragon to give, but you can only give so much before you ultimately give the game, so we'll have to see what the play is. Traxon does have both summoner spells available. Can get aggressive. But Don't Tilt Top, force to be reckoned with. I think a little bit upset about how that last game played out.
5.5k goalie lead. You would think with the Cho'Gath. Free
Yeah, it's
dragon.
an easy dragon. See if he does he have ult? Yep. There it is. What's the stackage looking like for this guy? He's at 9 ultimate stacks. 1080 bonus health. The execute on champions is 805 true damage and only going up. All members of OE are up here though. If you're gonna force a fight, you should do it quick because BK's does not have the ultimate or the TP available. Sauce and crew do go in, but it's a great ult from Traxon. So far, it's a 1-for-1 trade. 2-for-1 for Don't Tilt Top as Bold Font gonna find Always Surrender. That's 3. And unfortunately, that choke point just wasn't enough for Traxon and Always Surrender to net their team a win. And on the bottom side of the map, BK's unrelenting in his push. And this game has gotten a tad out of hand for OE.
Yeah, that one was tough. I was surprised that DTT started the fight. I mean, I think
Yeah.
as you were saying it, it was like all DTT is have to do is wait, let Cho'Gath pretty much go all the way to the end hit. But when you see a Lily asleep, you have to go for it, I guess. Traxon walking away from that fight with full health. Kind of hate to see that.
Yeah, I mean, the ult came through, and then by the time the ult ended, the fight was over. So,
Tough one.
so far, it's just been the DDT show after a great punish by the level 1 invade. OE able to secure themselves a little bit of advantage, but that was about it. Been all DTT since. BK's gonna take over to level 16 soon, and it's just been every game we've casted so far has been the story of Fed tank tops.
Yeah. That's the tech. In finals,
That's the
whoever
tech.
gets we'll probably get tank versus tank. Top in finals.
Perhaps. Uh-oh. BK's caught out. But is there enough damage between Akira and Inozu? Akira is going to be taken to just about chomp range. Oh my goodness. BK's almost got a shutdown for Inozu, but his team does secure Oh, sorry, I didn't secure Baron, so a 1-for-1 trade. It's pretty much or a 1-for-nothing trade. It's definitely a win for Optimal.
Yeah,
Optimum.
maybe a little bit of a miscommunication. You'd like to see an instant Baron start, but a little bit of an overstep. Maybe a little bit too confident for the Cho'Gath, but still took a lot to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, he basically he's about as close to going 1-for-1 as you can be without actually doing it. So I think if you're Cho, you're okay. You're a little sad that your team didn't pick up Baron, but the rest of OE was on that top side, so maybe they were just a little nervous. Dragon coming up in a minute 20, I imagine, is gonna be don't tilt tops. What they're gonna play for? Am I seeing this right? Was there two? It has to be a bug. The Dragon Timer. Okay, it's a bug. It's gonna be a Hextech. Like, we're on Hextech Rift. Why is it showing Cloud? Riot, come on.
They're just making sure you're paying attention.
Yeah, well, it definitely confused the heck out of me.
It's the new year, so they're making it to where it can be any dragon at any time.
That's how it used to be. It was just random dragons before they introduced the Rift maps. Or the Elemental Rift maps. The good old days. Now, BK's is on top side, and great ward from Inozu spots him out. But they gotta figure the Baron to start it up.
Yeah, there's 4 members for OE on the bot side. They're just gonna say we'll take dragon. Should be free.
Good call.
Should be free.
Of course, they did start a little bit late. The flash forward from Death Knight. Gonna find the suppression on Inozu, but I don't know if there's any follow-up. There actually is. Death Knight's gonna go into the Death Realm, but Inozu, it just hasn't been his game. Gonna go down to Sight.
Okay, yes, everyone.
Yes, sir. And while Dragon was secured, Baron, a kill, and a tier 2 top tower for Don't Tilt Top. About 10k Goldie is a great hook from Sauce. Will immediately result in the death of Time to Clown. Go to ults from Traxon, but just not quite enough damage. The shield popped by Sauce, and so nobody falls for DDT, and they're gonna take their wins and reset and do it all over again.
Yeah, I definitely like how their team comp is set up this game. A lot more than last game. I mean, they have very good pick potential, but also able to push waves crazy. Granted, at this point, it's kind of just everyone's so strong, so it doesn't really matter, but it allowed them to get through that early to mid game. And now, how does Optimal Esports get back into this one?
I usually would say pick, but we talked about it before. If they got behind, there's not a lot of pick options in their comp. Other than like the bear stance from Moodier. A lot of it's conditional CC, but it looks like BK's might get caught out. I mean, this guy's so big though. He's actually taking the fight. 2 Time to Clown and an Ozu, and they're running away. Meanwhile, Sauce finds Akira. Akira is forced to flash out. The ultimate onto Traxon and the flash in response. Death Knight does find Always Surrender. Surrender taken very low, but the rest of DDT is taken down low. This is the fight for OE. That's a 4-0 trade.
That is what you want. A little bit of... Oh, I would not get that close to him.
Yeah, Time to Clown's definitely going to go down from the Chomp, but I think that's going to be an ace for OE, and I don't think they're definitely going to take that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge breath of life for Optimal Esports Vanguard. Is it enough? It's still a lopsided game, but that at least shows you, oh, if we hit all of our buttons, it's we can win this team fight. Just ignore the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, and I mean, credit where credit is due. Punishing the greediness of Don't Tilt Top. I think if you're Don't Tilt Top, you just don't fight without your Cho'Gath.
Yeah, it seems like either the second or third time that DTT is not really timing up their split push with what they want to do with the other 4 members. They'll probably figure that out before this game's over. But yeah, Cho'Gath really wasn't able to take as much as they want if they were going to take that fight mid.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they got the inhib, but 5 for 1. Now, there really wasn't anything on the map for DTT to take. But they'll take the win. Always surrender, caught out, not wanting to be there. Time to clown, going to be taken down as well. The ult from Inozu does save the jungler, but doesn't save the rest of his team, and so meanwhile BK is just pushing for free. The next objective is this dragon. If DDT secures it, that will be Soul on top of the gold lead they have acquired.
Yeah, we'll see if they get a little greedy. Oh, just a dip.
Oh, BK is gonna be knocked up. But I don't think BK's cared too much because that guy is doing damage on the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, Cho'Gath is massive. 120 CS lead. Very tough to kill. Should be a free Hex Soul for DTT. It just feels like it's free wins unless they do something crazy right here.
That's what they're trying. Sight's taken extremely low, but does find the dragon. But that's a double. It's 3 kills for OE. Meanwhile, their base is getting pushed in by supers, but it looks like Time to Clown and Inozu want to secure this kill. Unable to do so, so dragon does go down, but the rest of the fight was a win for OE. They're hanging on.
Yeah, that's just, it shows you the power of Misfortune entire ult hitting, what, 2 or 3 people? And I guess DTT was a little low, but yeah, that's a good team fight. They did not get the dragon, but they're going to start at the Baron. Risky.
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 Yeah, BK is waiting in the wings, does have the ultimate, will outsmite Time to Clown. And so they back off.
Risky because the Hex Gates and 2 people had to stay in OE's base.
Yep. They're trying their luck. Unfortunately, not able to secure that objective, but they're getting a lot of gold from these supers that are filing into their base, so gold lead only about 5k for Don't Tilt Top. We're getting to the point of the game where gold lead matters less and how you play the fights means more. That's going to be TP and Baron. It started up by Don't Tilt Top, and immediately Inozu is going to be caught out by Bold Font. Great ultimate from him. Going to flash forward, trying to find a kill onto the Varus, but Varus with a nice flash of his own over the wall. And Sauce securing the kill on Inozu. 2-man sleep for Sight, but oh, great ultimate combo from Surrender and Traxon. But is it enough? It doesn't look like it. Time to Clown, take him low, not taken out, always surrender, force to flash out. Lily gonna follow with the chase, but I think that's going to be it. Time to Cloud goes down to the millions of minions in OE's base.
Yeah, Cho'Gath was just physically too big standing in
Yep.
that lane.
Go to the top. Moves on. Bouncing back from a lackluster performance their first game.
Yeah, definitely looks like a different team than last game. I mean, there was definitely some signs of life. A few team fights going Optimal Esports way. But the last team fight just, I don't know, not enough damage. The Mordekaiser almost popped bold fonts Varus in the ult over the wall. Maybe that makes a big difference. Just it was kind of tough. Huge misfortune. Ults, just not enough damage there at the end. And it looks like maybe there's a little bit of confusion, even though the bracket's been posted the whole time. So let me see who won the other game. It looks like Fools 5 won the other game. So it will be Fools 5 versus Don't Tilt Top in the finals. Sons of Aragorn and Optimal Esports Vanguard are out of the tournament. The confusion most likely is because it's not a double elimination tournament. It's just a double game guarantee tournament. So that's most likely where the confusion is.
We could have made a double elimination, but I just
If
it would go
everybody
too
wanted to
long
spend
for-
about 8 hours tonight, we could have done that. But but no, that's how it was. That's how it's been. And finals will be Fools 5 versus Don't Tilt Top. I was like, I don't know who gets what side, but it's going to be decided by a 2v2. I'm assuming that Don't Tilt Top is going to continue to have to use their E-sub. And if that's the case, losing 3 bans in the finals match is going to be a tough one. I don't know if I have this in the rules. I have to think about that. We'll talk about it here in a second about the E-sub situation. But yeah, we will take a quick break. Let me update the bracket, and then we will get into the 2v2.
Welcome back, everybody. I know there are some unhappy people in the chat. I will say, we knew this was a concern beforehand. We also knew that most people don't have all day to spend for a tournament, um, for what it is, just like a $10 buy-in tournament. So we try to make it like the round one be a placement game, and the real tournament starts round two on. But unfortunately, with the FF team, it made it so it was uh a little wonky. hmm I mean, the placement game was really the placement game. hmm Oh, you says you're muted.
Perfect. That's okay. I was just
CB was just
rambling.
talking about how the two things we were trying to accomplish with this tournament is that it's kept around the 5 hour mark, and everybody gets 2 games guaranteed because we feel like 2 games was a pretty good amount for the amount of buy-in to take place.
Yeah, because no one wants to
Uh,
join a tournament and play one game and just be like, oh, okay, that was it.
unless the tournament was free, or like,
Yeah,
something like, I know like there was the old game, not game battles, but the old GOL tournaments that took place back in the day, like these 1 day weekend things. They were best of ones. It was free, and you just got points for a big tournament at the end. We aren't really doing that. So to make it under or around 5 hours, to make sure everybody got 2 games, we created the bracket the way it was. But unfortunately, one of the teams did FF, so it felt like you only got to play 2 games, when in reality, all those teams would have played three. Um, so I mean, it kind of is not the most perfect format, but for trying to do it all in an evening and giving opportunities for everybody to play at least 2 games, um, just kind of the way it had to be. So we understand the frustration, and if it's that bad, we probably won't do it in this format again. We'll probably like limit to 4 or 8 teams.
yeah. 6 teams is
Um,
really just the 6 teams makes it super difficult. Because we
yes,
didn't want to give
six.
a bunch of buys, and we also wanted to make sure everyone had 2 games. Uh, so I don't know. I get it. We beat this team, but they're moving on. I mean, that's how pretty much any tournament works. It depends on. It's not just winning. It's who you win, who you beat, and when you beat them. So
hmm So
my DMs are open if anybody has a 6 bracket tourney where every team can play 2 games, and it doesn't last like 8 hours. DMs are completely open. Um,
yeah,
that
we spent a lot
that's
of time on trying to come up with it.
yeah,
And
that's
in reality, it was meant so that if you won the fastest, if another team got smacked really hard, they'd be placed in the 0-1 matchup, and the loser goes out, which we did see with Foolish Five and Rad Tactics. Um, but we had that 6 team drop off. So, anyways,
yeah. This is what it is. I
it is
mean,
what it
the
is.
bracket. I don't know. I hang my hat on the bracket was there the whole time, so no one should be surprised of how it was. Um, but I understand the realisticness of seeing a team that, especially if you beat them at some point, especially badly, them advancing when you have a similar or same record. And side note, Righteous, I don't. They started it before you joined, so we are loading into the 2v2. So
Oh,
you're just gonna have to watch
all
it.
right.
Uh, just because I want to get these people some playing content. We are loading in. I don't. Can everybody see? I think you can see, right? I guess we're spectator delay, so I can probably say the champs would be fine. I mean, everybody, no one's undefeated, right? Right? Yeah, no one's undefeated. So you have a bracket where nobody's undefeated. Yeah, somebody beat them. Somebody that's knocked out has beat them. T's what it is. Now, if it was like this team's 0-2 and we're 2-0 and they're in finals, that I would understand. We have about a minute 15 left on the spectator delay for the 2v2, so it's not the actual game. It is Ezreal Zerath for DTT versus Anivia Lee Sin. So I wouldn't have bet any of these champions were going to get played, but here we are. So this is just for side selection. This is since it's finals, didn't want it to just be completely random because, as we all see, just because it's random doesn't mean like the same team could have played red side 3 or 4 times in a row. So to attempt to make it at least open for anybody, doing a little 2v2 action. I don't know how the throwback thing's if it's gonna mess it up, but
It shouldn't. I think it'll just be
I don't
the
think it'll even.
Bridge of Progress.
Oh, I also have the. Can I turn that off? First time doing 2v2, so bear with me. Okay, let's see if this works.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss.
So 2v2 again. This is just for side selection. I guess I could have left the overlay up, but it is. What it'll most likely be is the first 1 to 2 kills. If you die, you can come back. So there is some strategy to it. You could die, buy, and come back. That could be a strategy, but I don't think anyone's gonna get that crazy with it. I guess with the Anivia, that's smart, big brain move. Get the egg. So DTT is on the blue side, left side. And Fool's 5 on red. It's what? This is Foolish's mid and top lane against Don't Tilt Top's jungle and mid lane. That's one. That's one,
Everybody
but
else is
can.
super low.
Huh?
Everybody else is super low.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I don't know. Is it better for DTT that they killed him right there? I guess you kind of had to, but being that low, just send Anivia back in there, or Lee Sin, I mean. As you can see, Lee Sin's items. I think for as far as the chat is going on, it's there were so many different so many different scenarios of what could happen. So there would have had to have been multiple brackets, and that would just been so situational that the fair way for everyone to see the same bracket and to play it accordingly was to just post it ahead of time, and that's how it was.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about it all we want, but
Yeah,
at the
it's
end of the day, like, we've said why it was formatted the way it was. And while it's upsetting for some people, you gotta win in tournaments, and unfortunately, during the elimination matches, people lost.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's where
the
the
nature of competition.
I think that's the part of it. Is that every game wasn't weighted the same. That's what
Yeah, I know.
everyone needs to understand. But again, anybody wants to draw me up a 6-man bracket that can fit
Mhm.
under 5.5
We
hours, I'm
understand.
down.
We understand the frustrations though. Like I mean, we get it. At the end of the day, like if Jolly Rogers didn't FF, it could have been 1,800 different scenarios, and nobody played the same teams. But
Yeah, it was
it's just the way it
ultimately
is.
semifinals, win semifinals, you go finals. That's just the big kicker. I expected a 2v2 to take all of about 2 minutes, but I guess both
Because they're
teams
going
really
at it.
want a specific side.
Just first to 2 kills, right?
This might be
Or first tower. Oh my.
or some CS limit, but that's never gonna be a hit. Uh-oh. That guy better get in there and start attacking somebody. That's it.
Oh.
All right.
Anivia sneaky play with the passive.
Yeah, true.
If you're gonna have a person die sight with the CS, definitely not horrible.
Yeah, I guess they went with the poke and uh, global ults. Uh,
Is there no delay for ARAM streams?
there's delay. No, the issue with that thug is that you just described a at least 6-game long tournament. That wasn't really the goal here. Not today. Last tournament, I forget what we do. 6 or 7.
We did max of 7 games. We did 3 or 2.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah, there's always gonna be pros and cons depending on what you prioritize. I mean, last one we did was different than this one, so it's always open to change and just to do different types of tournaments. So, can we get a second kill? Oh, I mean, we're acting like we're playing for the actual game here.
Yeah, this is the real finals.
Yeah, the issue is that every team's 2-1 is different. It's not weighted the same. It's like the round 1 wins aren't weighted the same as much as the semis win.
Finals, Sprite Melody is gonna be Don't Till Top versus Foolish 5.
Oh.
What?
Who you talking to? Mama?
Sprite Melody? I said bracket update.
Yeah, how are we 8 minutes into this 2v2? It's like, for example, we did, 1v1s last tournament. This time we're doing 2v2s, which is fine, but we definitely couldn't have done 2v2s for every game, because that's an extra 15 minutes, it seems.
Yeah. The last one went long for those that participated. Great kick.
There it goes. Oh, nope, they got 3. That's too many. That's actually too many.
Nah, they lose. Just kidding. So side select will go to don't tilt top.
A summoner has disconnected.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it back over to us real quick. Yeah, so yeah, definitely longer 2v2 than I thought it was gonna be. We'll see what side they want. Don't tilt top getting to pick. And I guess this will be our first time streaming Fools 5.
For us.
Why am I getting invited to there we go. Yeah, we
So-
thought about whether or not making snowball required or not, but I don't know, just like the bracket, just like everything, we're implementing more strategy than just play league win game. But we'll see how we change it up. We're gonna put out a feedback form for a reason.
Mm-hmm. So I will say one more thing about the unhappiness of the format, and then it's not going to be mentioned from us again because we're going to go into the finals match. I get the frustration that you go 2-1 and have a winning record, and then you ultimately go out. But in the nature of best of ones, that's always going to happen, regardless of if you won uh, 2 of your first 3 games or whatever. Because ultimately, in a best of one tournament, you're going to face an elimination match. And so even if you and the other team both have the same record, one of you has to lose, right? Unfortunately, what happened was we had one team FF, and the way that the bracket fell with the teams winning and losing as they did, that one team beat the 2 finals teams but didn't win the elimination match. So I get the frustration, and trust us, we're taking note of it. But at the same time, the bracket was posted ahead of time, and people knew what the format was going to be. And so on the one hand, I understand the frustration and I empathize with you. On the other hand, like this was going to be an outcome of many different outcomes. And so the bracket fell as it did, and it's just the nature of best of ones. So with 6 teams, we could have made it double elimination. We could have made it round robin. It just adds more time, and for a 1-day tournament that we want to, get done in a timely manner, we just don't have that kind of time. One option was we split the tournament into 2 days, with the group stage 1 day and then like the elimination stage the next day. But most teams can't do that, do 2 days straight of playing. So, just as there's a lot of thought into what the format was going to be for 6 teams, this is what ended up being. It's unfortunate one team couldn't play, and it's also unfortunate that the teams won and lost the way they did. But at the end of the day, in a tournament, you have to win to keep going. And there's going to be elimination matches, and the people that lose are going to get eliminated. So that is the last piece of it.
Oh, I
And
want
now we're
more.
going to focus on finals.
I want to say
What?
more. No. No.
Okay, go ahead.
Now the only thing I would add is just because there's so many different ways and records that could have happened. Easiest way in my mind that I look at it is everybody's playing 2 games. So like take the record out of it. Everybody's playing 2 games. First game is like a seeding game, and semis is an elimination game. That's how the simple way of looking at it. So you could have been, you can go undefeated all day, but once at some point you're playing an elimination game, and that was semifinals. Yeah, time is always the issue.
And it's time to move on so we can get into the finals.
Yeah. I'll make the link. Oh, I need to send. Since Fools 5 has had their. Yeah, I'm gonna make the links. I'm gonna send Fools 5 because DTT is using their eSub still.
Updated OP.
Yep. That's another thing. I mean, there's plenty of things that we can change, alter, whatnot. So, for example, DTT's using NeSub. It's -3 bands. Should it be minus all 5 bands? Should it just be -2? Should you lose any bands if you're in finals? We can go in circles all day.
Yep, we're just trying to be consistent. And so we definitely take the frustration to heart. We don't like it when people are frustrated. So maybe at the end of the day, we just, like we talked about, maybe we just don't do 6 teams, or we break it into 2 days. Either way, you're gonna be able to voice your frustrations in DMs, well, hopefully not just DMs, but in the feedback form would be the better of the two. So yeah.
The issue with that is going 0-2 also knocks you out. Okay. Can I go to the draft so we can focus on the
It's
game
up.
at hand?
Just gotta wait for the teams to ready up. For those of you just tuning in, this is finals of the Back to the Rift Bash between Don't Tilt Top, our, I guess, reigning champions, and
Foolish
Foolish5, a new team.
Yeah, so kind of
Foolish5, yeah,
opposite ends. Sorry.
lost their first game and then had to play 2 elimination games to claw their way back, and are now in finals. And DDT got a bye because of an FF. Lost pretty handedly in a game and then won the elimination match. Both these teams, as the bracket stands, deserving to be here. But it comes down to this singular best of 5 to see who will be crowned Back to the
Best
Rift
of one,
champions.
what the hell?
Or did I say best of 5?
Hey, you do that by yourself.
Best of 1. Best of 1. Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, I agree, and I definitely not. I know we're not frustrated. We're just trying to make sure everyone understands our thought process. I don't think there's any correct resolution on the entire bracket thing. Just trying to provide clarity of why we did it and established it up front, so there didn't have to be a well, if this, then this, 35 if then statements. But yeah,
We could did a dynamic bracket and it changed based off who wins and who loses, but
we could, and we'll have to do that with 16, but we can spend 5 hours on that at a different time. We'll focus on this game with a Poppy ban, Malzahar ban, Ezreal ban. Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
and the other 3 bands don't matter. 'Cause
Other
they're
3
lost.
bans do not matter. DTT still using an eSub. Thought about whether or not you should lose bans in a finals match, but it's in the rules. eSub is an eSub, so that's why we allow you to have a 6th man on the roster. And if 2 people don't show up, that's Captain Diff. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm not kidding.
Foolish5, first phase, Caitlyn, Skarner, Anivia. It's a good amount of range in CC. A lot of sieging potential. Meanwhile, on Don't Tilt top side, you have Graves and Victor, and we're waiting the 3rd pick into red.
Oh no. They
BK's
gave,
does get the Alawi.
they gave him the Alawi. He hasn't played it yet this tournament,
This
right?
tournament. So we'll have to see what the Alawi response is going to be. I'm assuming Foolish5 knew this was probably going to be the case. So hopefully they have something cooked up. Of course, DDT has the opportunity to, do some cover bans. So Mordekaiser going to be taken off the table. Zyra is going to be the response ban from Foolish5. Don't want Sauce to get that comfort pick. We haven't really talked a lot about Foolish5 just because they haven't been streamed yet. But it's the team with the most amount of points
Fool's
on their
5
starting
or
roster. Foolish 5 was
I think with
52
the E
points.
sub does it?
Yeah, with the ESEB, Doto Top goes to the point max. But
No,
Foolish
I think
5
I
original.
think they go to 53.
Okay, okay. Either way,
But yeah,
Foolish
yeah,
5 up there in points.
yeah. They're 1 point away from each other, so this is about as even as it gets as far as all the teams, strictly
Mhm.
point wise, which means something. But
Not everything.
ultimately, how you play is going to matter the most. We'll see. Fools, fools 5 getting pretty much whatever champs they want. At least this first phase. Interesting to see. Don't Tilt Top able to get the Graves and the Alawi, both of which have been banned in other games. And
Brilliant Soul is wild. So this is gonna be a Victor bottom lane.
I guess you got to balance out the AP with the AD. That's something. It's got
I
to
mean,
be.
Victor bot is a thing. So I'm assuming it's Victor bot. Brilliant Soul mid. Could be wrong. It could be Victor top. Who knows? Alawi mid. Either way, an interesting comp coming out for this finals for DTT. We'll have to see how Foolish
Yeah.
5 responds. Seraphine going to be locked in, and what I can only assume is bot with a Caitlyn.
Who knows at this point? Just get random champs. Surely it's ASOL mid. I feel like ASOL AP carry feels bad. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you have a support that can keep everybody away from you.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's Victor
It's
bot.
Victor ASOL
And-
bot, of course.
Hey, talking about tank tops, and did we leak BK's kryptonite? He's
I don't
worn,
know.
so gonna be interesting to see how they do this. Then Leona gonna be rounding out the comp, so the range in Victor and the CC and all Leona, it's an easy EQ into gravity field stun for that bot lane. But there's tons of range from Foolish 5, so I don't know if Leona's really gonna get that chance.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. So I don't know. Shout out to Kisses and Thugs, Bacon OP, and Hero Joe for the follows. I don't think I said any of those yet. So much appreciated. We are here for the finals match. It is blind pick. I think I still have it in the rules to where the other team can ask the other team, and you obviously can't lie about who's going where. Do blind pick to save us about a minute and a half. So I don't think it's gonna be a. I don't think it's gonna be a surprise. They should have asked. Either way, it's an AP mage, so as far as runes go, shouldn't really matter. You put the betting poll up.
I did, just as you said.
BK's is ready. Alright, BK's, you don't need to play that game. Just come in here.
Maybe if you win finals. As we wait to load in, talking about these two teams, easy front to back for Foolish 5, and then a very unique comp from Don't Tilt Top. We'll have to see how it plays out, and we'll be back after a quick break. It's finals time. Back to the Rift Bash. Don't Tilt Top, our reigning champs on red. Foolish 5 making the gauntlet. 2 elimination matches on blue. Don't Tilt Top won the 2v2 4-side select. This is a best of 1 finals. Greatness is made with 1 win.
True. This is the
And-
only one that matters at this point. Something to note, not that I don't think anybody's joining this and playing this to get rich overnight, but just to mention, and this was put in before the tournament started. First place does get $50, and second place gets the 10. So essentially their money back. So as far as the monetary situation's concerned, no one's going out.
$50 on the line, baby.
But yeah, $50. You get yourself a sweet skin with that one. We shall see. No invade. No one wants to get too spicy in finals, I guess. I feel like we see that a decent amount of
Yeah.
not just finals matches or elimination matches.
I don't even know what McDonald's trio is. Alistar PhD reading up Sauce. Sauce gonna have to be careful on how he navigates this lane, the double ranged matchup.
Yeah, Leona's basically just spectating.
Oh my goodness. So, a little bit of trickeration that had happened. Mandalorian was listed as the jungle, but lined up in the top lane role before draft.
Ooh.
So-
I wonder if DTT caught that.
FFK Foolish was listed as top, is now the jungle. And Foolish, originally a mid lane main, so typically that switch usually goes well. As an excellent route from Alistar PhD, the exhaust, the flash forward, JC with the first blood. And that's level 2 bot lane advantage for you.
Do
Oh
it.
my
Do it.
gosh. Sauce flashing away. And FF coming out to play here in this finals. Securing first blood on the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean they know that Victor ain't doing anything at all level 1.
OJK setting up DK. DK taking extremely low. Gonna have to back up eventually.
Yeah, I like what Fools 5 did. They put tank topside. BK is getting his most played champ by far, so gonna be tough for Alawi to kill Ornn compared to some of the other matchups. BK's out of
Orange
mana.
just trying to pick up the wave is out Ornn, and I think if you're Mandalorian, you're okay. Now I don't think we're gonna see another Fed top laner run over the game. But it is early, so it remains to be seen. But this is a matchup that's pretty easy for Alawi. Just spam W, hit your E's. Mango really can't fight back until an E's missed.
True.
Foolish is bot lane. Sauce gonna be looking foolish after that one. Great gank from Foolish 5. Foolish. That's a lot of foolishes.
Yes,
Too many actually.
You're doing there's a lot going on there. So I guess I didn't pay attention. There's a pink word in the tri-bush. Did they just not see him?
I don't know.
Or did he come from river? The angles.
The angles. Yeah, the wave was bouncing back, so I mean both Font and Sauce were pushing up regardless just because the wave stayed as
True.
JK gets the easy stun, but DK
It's
says
tough
I'm
with
a
the
dragon.
minions.
And interesting that Anivia didn't trade a little bit more aggressively, but lots of action happening for basically a scaling lane from both sides.
Yeah, if you're DTT who just want to chill, hang out, play to about 45 minutes, maybe 30 minutes.
Yep. But Caitlyn already up to a commanding lead. I expect Foolish going to prioritize the dragon. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I don't think the 2v2 topside fight favors two beefcakes.
Yeah, especially when the Alawi is on the other team, but your bot lane's going well, so my logic stands that you play through them. But Foolish is in their name, so who knows?
True. They could say, bot side's good. They're chilling. We're going to go top side. But we see Skarner bot side. I assume DTT's going to be aware of their game plan and go for the grubs. We'll see. Thank you, Zeth D2 for the follow.
Yeah, and if you are Foolish, I think you just play around bot side, let your tank scale up as best he can without dying. And then you just play for the team fight. And for the side of DTT, I think you have to play around top now because mid lane's a wash, bot lane's losing for you at this point. And BK is really going to be the only one that gets to push. Oh, Megalorian forced to flash out. BK says, I'm hungry for a kill. BK's just enough health to squeak on out of there. Solo Bolo in the top lane.
Nice. It looked for a second like it was over aggressive, but I guess if you have 472 games on a champion, you know what you can do.
You would think. I'm not convinced BK does something time, but it worked out for him there. So, neutrals traded, as we suspected. Dragon secured by Foolish. About 500 gold separating these two teams. Really just the first blood. I started getting aggressive. Doing the wise thing. Walking towards the Alawi. And no punish is going to happen.
Oof.
Just not having fun in this lane.
Yeah, the range is tough. I mean, you pick Leona for the late game team fights. It's just not fun for the first 18 minutes.
Lord JK doesn't have a lot of mana to his name. Alistar looking to be aggressive, but they do have to be aware that the chain CC can come out of this lane. Great Q from Lord JK will stop the W.
Misses the ult.
Yep. Death Knight, and the ult goes wide, so JK will have to back off. Doesn't have TP and no mana. Sight is here, flashing forward. I think Sight forgot that the egg is still available. Foolish gonna trade aggressively, but I don't think really anything can come of it because I am mistaken. Lord JK with a huge Q. DK getting out by the skin of his teeth. Sight, can he do the same? Nope. Foolish flashing forward, saying, you got one, but I'm making sure that we pick at least something up.
Yeah, you gotta know the Anivia egg is up. A little aggressive with lack of mana, lack of ults, but yeah, good play for FF.
Yeah, and I was just saying it was only about a 500 gold lead. Now it's already 1,000 plus. Off the back of that play, top lane going extremely well for Foolish. Orange just trying to survive, be there for his team when the time comes. And the mid jungle duo of Foolish able to best DDTs, which we saw DDT have so much success with Malzahar Lilia. Not off to a great start with the Aurelion Soul Graves.
Oh, just a wee bit outside. Shout out to V Relics for the follow. Much appreciated.
Death Knight has to be careful. And Lord JK guessed wrong as to where he was going to fly away to. Able to get out to safety. And Graves is there. And Lord JK is walking right into him. Doesn't have the egg available this time. No flash either. The stun will do just enough
Ace
to
ult
save
just
their own
came up too.
lives. Wow, a flash forward with the ultimate is Alistar PhD. A great grab from Foolish. Caitlyn from downtown. Foolish picking up the kill. That was well coordinated from the side of Foolish.
Very well coordinated. That was some good comms. Definitely one of the best early into mid game fights we've seen.
Sauce has to be careful here.
He's beefy.
He's beefy. Beefy enough? I don't know.
Beefy enough with the wave. So yeah, some good plays from Foolish 5 or Fools 5. I can't do it. From Fools 5, DTT is still gonna scale to Oblivion, but a 1.5k gold lead at 10 minutes always feels good.
Always feels good indeed. Fools 5 coming for the title. I don't care about your Christmas Clash. I just care about the one I'm playing in.
Yeah, I mean this is about as a textbook as we could have made it. We have a new team that didn't play in the last one, and then the reigning champ. So we'll see how we navigate the mid game. This Victor and Asol will eventually come online. Just
Dude
not
does
yet.
find the mark on Lord JK. Death Knight just taking below half health. With the blink of an eye. And Mango does find the mark, but BK's does get the tether. But Foolish got what he wanted, which was those 3 grubs, so. Once again, no Voidlings. We're Voidling haters here. What are they even called? Void
Void
Mites?
grubs, right?
Void Mites. Void grubs are the ones that you kill.
Oh yeah, I thought.
Oh, JC stunned up by a great Leona ult from Sauce. The E goes wide, won't be able to find JC, but JC with no sums does
fun.
all they could to get out, but the shutdown will go to Graves. I imagine that Graves will get a double kill, so Graves off to a 2-1-0 start.
Yeah, that feels a lot better than the 2-1 start he had when he played Skarner.
True.
Granted, we do have a 2-0 Skarner on the other side. So.
Mandalorian flashing out
BK's
of
Oom,
BK's ult. BK's with Oom and just taking so many times out. BK's, what are you doing?
My Atlanta.
The spam pings on the ore and Kevin saying, what was it? But that guy's not Faker, I'll tell you what. And Graves able to secure the dragon. Can DTT get out alive? The answer is no. Graves sent to the graves by Foolish and crew.
Would have been awesome if whoever just killed him would have been named Graves. Would have been a trifecta call. Alawi had or still has a 50 CS lead, but it's just too aggressive.
Mango has to be careful here. Does have the TP, so I expect just an easy back for him. And you gotta wonder if BK's is feeling the pressure, knowing that he's kind of like the win con, him and Graves right now. Just how the lanes have shaken out. Great stun, Alistar PhD. Almost looks like he's hacking. PhD being put to use. Knows how to stun people up on the Seraphine. Ooh, Foolish is here. Has to be careful though, but wow, the Heartsteel damage proc from Eyesight. That's just a lot of damage. Mandalorian should be able to get out. Lord JK is here. BK's is just in there, but no ultimate available to him. I think this is a wound fight for Foolish. BK's goes down off of excellent play. Eyesight forced to flash away. Mandalorian wanted follow. Bold Font TPing into the fray. Does pick up a kill onto Foolish. Garner is down. Mandalorian sure to follow. So great CP from Bold Font. Kind of making up for the lack of early game success in lane. Gets 2 kills.
Yeah, and it just took him so long to get through the first half of the tank's health, but Victor coming in with that item that I would pretend I know the name of it, Blackfire or something.
Blackfire Torch.
Look at that.
Which I don't even know how it looks like a torch.
The hell?
But
Looks just like it.
I mean, I guess. Either way, it's gonna be a. Oh,
Uh-oh.
I spoke too soon. No, it's gonna be Herald secured for DDT. Back and forth affair so far, but I will say Foolish still has a
Fools.
Fools. Golly,
See?
dude, you got me doing it.
It's because they have a player named Foolish. It's not fair.
I know, it's not fair. But Fools 5, still with a shade under 2k gold lead. are already secured for him on the bottom side of the map. BK is trying to run down Lord JK, but Anivia is not really a champ you really want to do that into. And I like this adaptation. Lord JK gonna be able to quell the push of the Alawi because it's easy wave clear. And Alawi says, yeah, get me out of that lane. Gonna walk up top to where the Ornn is. Sauce looking to be aggressive. Sight is near. Mandalorian gonna push in this wave. Has to be careful because Alawi is on the way. Alawi's sticking around mid lane. Sight caught out. Another great E into a stun. A chain CC to death. Foolish Lord JK and crew are on it right now. They know they're playing for a championship.
Yeah, just getting a little relaxed. No, I guess they didn't have vision. I mean, they almost had enough vision. Had 2 of the 3 lanes covered. But yeah, Fools 5 playing with a lot of urgency. Not enough damage to pick out Sauce, but just letting him know I can still hit you with my stun.
Yep. Makes Sauce think twice before he walks up. Great wall from Lord JK, forcing the flyover from the Aurelion Soul. I should really learn ability names. As Boltfont taken to half HP, a great flash ultimate finds 2, but not enough damage to follow. But the damage is done. Boltfont down.
Yeah, I mean, this Caitlyn is playing very well. I had to check the OP to see if it's one of the most played champs, but playing
BK's
nice.
does find the mark, but Foolish is here, gonna be stunned up by a great ultimate from Sauce, just enough to save Eyesight.
Yeah. Shout out to Lord Zix for the follow. Much appreciated. And yeah, agree. JC is putting on a show.
I mean, JC's putting on a show, but you remember Rivals Support Lives Matter, PhD, Alistar. I don't know why I said his name backwards, but doing work on the Seraphine as well.
True.
It'll be another easy Drake, so 2 Drakes to 1 for Fools 5 here. Eyesight spotted out by Mandalorian, but I don't think Ornn can really do anything much about it. But Foolish, just a wee bit outside. Ooh, the wall. Not quite where it needed to be. Lord JK has to be careful. The ultimate is available for DK. Ooh. Gotta hit. Oh, great Q from Lord JK. Death Knight goes down. Graves is here. Lord JK has the egg. Sight has to be careful. We'll see how Lord JK plays this. Sight knows it too. And he thinks twice. Okay. Stun is gone. So Lord JK is in trouble. Gonna be taken down to the egg, but a great flash will do just enough work to buy themselves enough time, and Sight should go down. The map move is another 2-man ultimate from Alistar PhD. Misery, JC flashing in. JC and crew putting on a clinic.
Yeah, and I mean, you point that to Yevonese sub, so they had to leave their Caitlyn open.
True. And DK TPing in just to flash away, and Foolish 5
Fools 5.
saying, we don't care who won when and where, we're the team to beat.
True. I do think that, I guess hindsight, but it almost felt like if you're going to send a Victor AP carry, you need a range support so you don't just lose your tower in like 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Two scaling, hard scaling lanes kind of tough. But it's
Still a knock up
still
for Mango.
early.
Still early.
You cover the kills.
BK's
Looks
is
close.
going to be a nuisance on the sideline. Unless Anivia is willing to match. As
Probably.
Foolish is here. Doesn't have the ultimate available though, so assuming this is just trying to clear out the wave. Lord JK. Deceptively tanky with that Seraph's Embrace.
Yeah, definitely a nice lead for FF. But you have to wonder if it's enough of a lead going into the late game as you have split pushing Alawi up 100 CS and a scaling Victor and scaling Acel. So, it should be based on how all the Caitlyn combos have been going, but I think it's the first time I looked at a red buff. Didn't notice that. That's funny.
Don't tilt top. Hasn't really been able to get a firm like battle line skirmish. The one time they did was off of a great TP from Boltfont, and they ended up winning that skirmish. Otherwise, it's just been foolish. Golly, Fools 5 finding the picks they need to secure wins, and Mandalorian trading aggressively. Didn't know Sight was in the bush. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Death Knight is just gonna go down to Lord JK. And BK is taken down from a great ultimate from Mandalorian. Mandalorian flashing in, Sauce, worse for wear, Misery JC. Woo, that was almost a cross map ace. That should be a Baron secured for Fools 5.
Yeah, I mean, Fools 5 just pedal to the metal. They're taking every fight that DTT wants to give them. And it's not looking good for DTT at this 22-minute Baron.
Yeah. All the tools needed for Fools 5 to close this one out fast and quickly are available and taken. They got the Baron. Dragon coming up. I'd like to see them utilize the Baron before falling back to that objective. Really just put a statement on the map. Now, will they do it? Looks like they're trying to make sure that they have objective control, clearing out some vision.
Yeah, no
Now,
need to walk in and get extra vision. You know it's just going to get cleared, especially if you're just going to give it.
And if you're DDT, I think you just have to give, right? You're just gonna have to try to turtle in, hunker down, and clear out these minions. Nice Q from Lord JK. Wow, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think it's tough being this far behind. It just feels like
Sauce signed up as
Leona
well.
Can't do a lot.
Nope. Other than die slowly.
Yeah, even if Leona goes in on team fights at this point, it's just
Mandalorian starting to get the better of BK's.
BK's getting baited into all these team fights.
True. Oh. A little ill-advised E from Mandalorian. Gonna have to scoot on out of there. BK's with a nice ultimate. Gonna have all the pressure on top side, but his team is struggling in mid lane. A great ultimate from Seraphine. I don't think Alistar PhD has missed one. Now, it's pretty easy when your Nivea's walling off like that.
No. It's all support things.
True.
Just kidding. They have a good setup.
I mean, they're just playing well.
Keep picking people out, stepping up too far.
Foolish. Could have find out Eyesight, but Eyesight, I don't think this is a fight that he wants. This is a big, scary Skarner. And in the middle of the map, my gosh, JC collecting on Sauce and Leona. That's a quick double kill for JC.
JC's too fed. There's no way.
JC is just on a rampage. Death Knight gonna be taken down as well. Legendary. 10, 1, and 4 on the Caitlyn. Can he make it 5? Nope. Lord JK says, give me some of that.
I mean, they're gonna end right here.
They're gonna end right here, I think. This is gonna be a quick 25-minute game. And I believe Fools 5 is gonna be your new Rivals Clash champions. They're not stopping. BK's is here, but I don't think it matters. Getting the ult off just to die. JC 11-1-4 on Caitlyn. They're playing for kills right now. Just kidding. They're gonna end the game. What a clinic
Whew.
from Fools 5.
It looked even. I don't know if I said it or I was going to say it, but at like the 13, 14, 15-minute mark, I was like, this is like the closest game we've seen. And then just steep cliff. I just feel like Caitlyn got too many early kills. Skarner had some good ganks. There was a point kind of in the mid game where it's like, okay, Alawi's up a ton of CS. Surely DTT stops team fighting, but then they fought like 6 times in a row and pulled Alawi into team fights. He didn't really give your Acel or Victor chances to scale at all.
Yeah, it was an interesting draft from DDT. Definitely didn't play it to the win con of, scaling, but at the same time, they weren't really given the opportunity by Fools 5.
He had a scaling AP carry with a melee support against AD carry on his, I guess, best AD carry champ that's ranged with another range support. That's just a tough. That's a tough spot for Victor to be in. So, I don't. It's easy to say it after the fact that I don't love the draft, but I get what they were doing. They had a split AD AP damage, but it's just 2 scaling lanes is tough unless you have a ton of patience. But JC just
I mean, JC combined with Alistar PhD, I mean, that combo, getting the level 2, immediately flashing forward to pick themselves up first blood. And they really just put on a clinic of how bot lane isn't dead. This is how you play through bot. Basically setting themselves up to secure almost every Drake, moving around the map as a unit. And they came to play, and they definitely emerged victorious.
Let me see if I can, just before, I wanted to look at the bracket real quick, but yeah, so reigning champs go down, so no one is gonna be a 2-0 streak. We'll see if Fools 5 joins our next tournament and see if they can make a little streak themselves. I was gonna pull up the bracket just so people can see how it went. Maybe.
Need to pull us up too.
Mm-mm.
I think DDT is sick of looking at this victory screen.
I mean, second place ain't nothing to. Can I?
Hey, you're either first or you're last, buddy.
Dang, that's deep. Red. Blue.
You'd be struggling.
What do you mean?
on the
I wasn't gonna
producing
pull this up. I was pulling up the bracket
end. Okay.
just so we can
Everybody
look
can
at
see.
it. Yeah. Yep.
Here's the point of so much contention. I'm glad we're going over this once again.
No, I'm not going over. I just want everybody to see
I
how
know.
it played out. Fools 5 taking it. I know they streamed some of their own game. I guess the first 3 of their own games, and then we got to stream, so that kind of worked out as far as that's concerned. But yeah, newcomers into the Rivals tournament taking their first victory as champs. Now throw it back to us.
Bright Melody, Fools 5 will be getting a graphic. He will be going into, what do we call it?
Something.
The Clash Champions channel. You will be immortalized.
Yeah, I know. Surely they're not going to say this, but hypothetically, some teams might say, well, if we wouldn't have had an E-sub, we wouldn't have lost bans and Caitlyn would have been banned. Nobody said that. I'm just saying. We'll never know. No.
Don't have an ESUB. Easy peasy. Yeah, I mean, I think 6 teams was a point of contention, so we will definitely take that into consideration. Expect some polls to be going out. I've been trying to convince CB that people would do a 2-day tournament. CB has convinced me utterly and thoroughly that they do not. But we'll let the people kind of voice their opinions eventually.
I think you could do it
Uh,
if you have, I guess, a 10-man roster or something. I don't
yeah.
know. I just feel like getting 5 or 6 people for sure logged into 2 days is kind of tough, but um, yeah, I don't know. That was the point of this tournament, for it to be what it technically started at 7 Central to 11, so 4.5 hours.
Which is
5,
pretty
I
good
guess, for
time,
us stream.
for most people. So
Yeah, so I don't know. We don't have to go through the whole cycle of earlier conversations. It's just
yeah,
yeah, every
people will
tournament's
be on
gonna
the
be
VOD.
formatted a little different. So we'll see how the next one goes. I don't think we've picked the date yet. Uh,
Well, we were talking about. Well, it's usually going to be the first weekend of the month, but February has the first on Saturday. So somewhere in the 7th or 8th, 9th, probably.
yeah,
Don't
I'm
put
gonna
that
look
in.
at
Don't put that in stone.
I'm gonna look at some leagues. Just because our intention here isn't to, you know, stop someone from joining leagues or to
Mhm.
compete with leagues or anything like that, right? You're committing to 3+ months with a team for a league, so this is just supplemental. Whether you're trying people out, just having fun with just random people that aren't actually on your team, or maybe you want to run some games with your subs, or just extra practice, whatever it may be. So
Mhm.
I'll look at some leagues just to make sure I don't like
Yeah,
pick a date that 3 leagues are starting on or something like that. So
most leagues don't do weekend play unless it's self-scheduled, so I think we'll be safe, but we're gonna double check. I do know we floated the idea of a potential 2v2 Valentine's tournament. Probably not on Valentine's Day.
yeah, some people allegedly talk to girls, will we?
Um, doesn't have to be girls. We don't discriminate here.
That's why I said some
Uh,
people.
some people. Doesn't have to even. You don't have to be dating. You just gotta be good buddies. You want to win a 2v2
Okay,
tournament.
let them
Anyways,
play. Just they can all play together.
true. Uh, so expect something like that on the works. Another clash in February. League's gonna be starting up, so I might. Well, I don't know. We'll see what Rivals is cooking up in terms of comp teams.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh, but yeah, I don't know. Uh, our bad on the format, I guess.
I don't think there was no solution that would make everybody happy. So it's just what it is. But yeah, taking it into consideration. I was
Voice your
hoping to avoid.
frustrations.
I was hoping to avoid 6-person tournaments, but that's okay.
Yeah, here's an easy solution. If you want to have really fun Rivals tournaments, make sure you get people to sign up. How
We're
about
gonna
that?
aim. I went from
Eight
4 to
teams.
6, so naturally the next one will be
Eight.
8. Yeah,
Eight's the goal. Then 16, and then 32.
we'll see. What we might do is, I mean, I'm gonna put out the feedback form, and then we might do a poll or something. We did it last time for what day of the week, but we might do something similar. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Got a whole month between now and February, though, so expect lots of communication and the like. Anything else lined up in January for us
um,
off the top of the dome?
I mean, I gotta set the rosters for. I'll probably do 2 teams for rivals. I don't know for sure, but that's probably the case. So I'm sure we'll stream some of the like tryouts and whatnot, especially. It just depends on the rosters and whatnot. So I'm sure we'll stream some of that. I know some leagues are starting in January, so we might hop into some of those streams. But our next official tournament probably won't be until, like you said, beginning of February. We can talk about if we want to do one late January, but the goal is once a month just to supplement leagues. So something
Give
different,
something
something allowing you
to
to,
do.
yeah, yeah. Because sometimes you might have a bye week, you might just only be in one league, and you want to play a little bit more than that. So
You want to have some fun practice day. Anyways, I think we might do a little bit of the preseason stuff as well. Just talking about
yeah, yeah. Because I mean, our
the new
next,
stuff.
I mean, definitely our next actual game streams will be new leagues. So yeah, we'll look into doing something like that because You can watch all the VODs and content there are obviously officially out
Mhm.
about the new season, but it's a little different when you're talking about how the new season and all the changes impacts like low elo comp. So that'll be interesting. Some people aren't even going to look at any changes and they're just going to go into the game and say, "Oh, that's
Yeah,
new."
just boot up ranked. Don't
Yeah.
even know the new champs, new epic monster. That'll be interesting for low elo comp. Are we gonna see some lane swaps potentially developed? Who
Yeah, we
knows?
might have to look at our rules. We have to change up some stuff now. Yeah, I think that's mostly all I got. Huge thank you to all 5 teams that joined.
Hmm.
Shout out to all 6 teams that signed up. Stuff happens. Sometimes it's
Tough.
impossible to find these subs at the last second. I still like only having 6 people on the roster, just scouting and whatnot purposes. So, but we'll see. Shout out to everybody that participated. If you didn't participate, if you watched your friends, or if you were just some person and you were like, "I'm gonna watch this stream," much appreciated. So, uh, thank you to all the returning teams and to the new teams that popped in, and of course, congratulations to Fools 5 for hopping in for their first Rivals tournament and coming out as the champs.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating. We hope to see you again in the next Clash, especially if you enjoyed it. Want a chance of redemption? Want to get that Clash crown? Once a month for sure. Uh, I got nothing else, CB,
Cool.
other than everybody have a good night.
Yeah. Have a good night. Have a good weekend.